Chapter 4006. Of course, Fei Hua's swordsmanship was very strong. Her first move was a 7th-level Emperor sword technique. This kind of sword technique was enough to hurt Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao did not dare to take it head-on. Although it was not as dense as Ling Xiao's slaughterhouse of divine demon seals, it was still very powerful. However, it still sealed all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. It seemed that he could not avoid it. The size manipulation secret technique was still on cooldown and could not be used. What should Ling Xiao do? The answer was very simple. He just had to return it. The reason why Ling Xiao had cultivated so many martial skills and divine abilities was so that he could launch different attacks according to the different situations of his enemies. At this moment, the best one was Ice Aeon of the Frost Divine Dragon. In that instant, all of the sword lights were frozen, although the sword lights were struggling desperately in the ice. Perhaps they would be unfrozen in a moment. However, this little bit of time was enough for Ling Xiao to change the situation. Divine Demon Seal, 10,000 beasts in one. This was the most powerful single-target attack of the Divine Demon Seal. Together with Ling Xiao's own strength, its power could even reach the 7th level of the Emperor realm. It was not weaker than Fei Hua's martial skill. The violent move shattered the ice block in front of him and also shattered Fei Hua's attack. Finally, it hit the frozen bud. Cracks actually appeared on the flower bud. Together with Fei Hua, they were sent flying. It's so hard. Such an attack only caused cracks. Ling Xiao finally felt the horror of the 3,000 sacred city. In terms of cultivation, Fei Hua was not much stronger than the experts of Shuiyu. However, she could easily use a 7th-level Emperor Realm martial skill. That was too strong. Ling Xiao's martial skill could not gain any advantage at all. You're actually able to break through my secret flower technique? It seems like you're still hiding your true strength. It's not completely nonsense. Fei Hua frowned. She was finally serious. Originally, she thought that it was an insult for a city lord to take an ordinary disciple seriously. But now, she did not dare to think that way. Although cracks had appeared on the secret flower technique, it still had a powerful defense. Fei Hua no longer passively defended. Instead, she began to attack wildly. The flower bud wrapped around her body, forming a strange armor. Fei Hua's alluring figure was completely revealed. If an ordinary man saw this scene, he would probably be drooling. There was a chance that he would be ambushed and killed. But Ling Xiao didn't. He would never be tempted by a woman during a battle, because if he was not careful, he could face death. Sitting there, Hinajiku blankly watched the battle, laughing at her own ignorance and incompetence. She thought she was the most outstanding genius of the Jiangnan Palace. But in front of Ling Xiao, he seemed so small. She believed that Fei Hua's earlier attack would have killed her. It was impossible for him to have the strength to fight back. Not to mention, Fei Hua was sent flying. That kind of thing was really unthinkable. At the same time, Ling Xiao and Fei Hua were locked in a fierce battle. The two of them exchanged blows in midair, like two bolts of lightning. One was blood red, the other was emerald green. They kept colliding and exchanging blows. Although Ling Xiao seemed to be at a disadvantage. But no matter which time it was, as long as there was danger, Hinajiku thought that there was no chance of a comeback. But Ling Xiao was able to create a miracle and turn the situation around. Of course, Ling Xiao, who did not use any martial techniques, and Ling Xiao, who did not use the Sky Tyrant martial soul, had suffered countless blows. Although they were only minor injuries, but the accumulation of injuries still caused Ling Xiao to vomit blood. However, there was no trace of fear on Ling Xiao's face at all. Instead, there was only madness, power, and fearlessness. He even laughed maniacally. It was as if the blood had made him braver. What a lunatic! Fei Hua was getting more and more frightened, although she had expected this to happen. But when it came to the real fight, she panicked. As long as she could not kill Ling Xiao, this Ling Xiao would pounce on her countless times. He was a crazy warrior who could not die. No wonder he did not even care about the sacred leader. This kind of person was not even afraid of death. What was there to be afraid of? Fei Hua felt a strong chill in her heart. She started to think about a problem. If this continued, would she be the one to be killed in the end? City Lord Hua, this is not all you are capable of, right? Your martial soul seems to be able to possess the body. Can't you spare it? Ling Xiao wanted Fei Hua to be more powerful, because the more powerful Fei Hua was, the more powerful she was. It would be more helpful for him to stimulate his potential. Okay, if you want to see it, I'll let you see it. Actually, the reason why Fei Hua was unwilling to use the martial soul possession was the same as the girl Ling Xiao had met before. She did not want to be ugly. The man-eating flower martial soul possession. It would make Fei Hua's appearance extremely ferocious and terrifying. If a man took a look at her, he would lose interest in her. But today, Fei Hua had no choice but to use it. Anyway, Ling Xiao was the only man left here. Ling Xiao was someone she had to kill. So what if she used it? She did not care. Anyway, the man-eating flower martial soul possession was usually used when she could not defeat the enemy. And every time she used it, the enemy would be killed by her. She was very clear about the terrifying power of this possession. Poor Fei Hua did not know. She used the martial soul possession only to create the conditions for Ling Xiao to increase his cultivation. Want to kill Ling Xiao? That was simply a dream. Even the sacred leader might not be able to do it, let alone her. Ling Xiao wanted to completely squeeze out all the useful things from Fei Hua. All of them would become his cultivation, his true essence, and his energy. They would become the source of his improvement. Man-eating flower martial soul possession. Finally, Fei Hua changed. At that moment, a total of 10 man-eating flower heads grew out from her back. Even his hands and legs had turned into the vines of the man-eating flower. Her face became ferocious and comical. No wonder this woman did not want to use it. This kind of behavior would really give one nightmares just by looking at it. But after the transformation, her power was indeed terrifying. At that moment, all the plants in the 7th level seemed to be controlled by this Fei Hua. Countless man-eating flowers grew out of the ground. They all opened their mouths wide and stared at Ling Xiao. As long as Fei Hua gave the order, they would tear Ling Xiao to pieces. So scary. Is this the power of a city lord? It's a bit ugly, but in the world of martial artists, strength is king. With such power, can Ling Xiao really resist? Frowning, Hinajuku suddenly stood up. I'll help you. Scram, I don't care. Ling Xiao's attitude towards Hinajuku was not good at all. Hinajuku had no reason to retort. Chapter 4007. You want to see my martial spirit possession, so I'll show you now. Now, you know how stupid you are. Fei Hua was definitely qualified to say such words. The moment the man-eating flower martial spirit possession transformed, the entire 7th level basically belonged to her. The dense vegetation here was assimilated by the man-eating flower, becoming a fierce monster with vitality. Ling Xiao was no longer fighting Fei Hua alone, but the entire 7th level's vegetation. No wonder Hinajuku wanted to fight with him. She probably didn't believe that he could resist this terrifying possession. Mayor Hua, you're really something. Ling Xiao smiled and said, although this appearance is a little ugly, even I have to admit that it's true. Your possession is indeed powerful. But do you think you can kill me with this? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Fei Hua frowned. She couldn't see through this young man anymore. Logically speaking, seeing her powerful form, even if Ling Xiao wasn't afraid, he should be panicking. But no, not at all. It was as if nothing had changed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Fine, since you're so stubborn, I'll let you have a taste of this transformation's power. Fei Hua decided to stop talking nonsense. Since Ling Xiao didn't show any signs of fear, she'll use her strength to make him feel fear. Man-eating flower farm. Fei Hua snorted. On the originally calm ground, man-eating flowers suddenly appeared one after another. Although they weren't as large as Fei Hua's, but because there were so many of them, it still brought a lot of pressure. This damn place wasn't big enough. It was more suitable for Fei Hua to use this move. She could completely treat Ling Xiao as a prey for the man-eating flowers. Roar, roar. The man-eating flowers' roars kept coming, and then rushed towards Ling Xiao. They wanted to tear Ling Xiao to pieces. Ling Xiao swung his sword quickly, killing the man-eating flowers. But there were too many of them. There were more of them than the death warriors from the criminal law palace. If you kill one of them, there will be more than 10 coming from different directions. For a moment, Ling Xiao seemed to be at a complete disadvantage. He blocked the attacks in a flurry. The situation was completely reversed. Humph, now you know how powerful my attacks are. Your myriad snake pales in comparison to my man-eating flower ranch. Fei Hua snorted coldly and became more confident. She felt that at this point, the battle was already completely under her control. Of course, she was very clear that those weak man-eating flowers would not be able to kill Ling Xiao. All they wanted to do was to weaken Ling Xiao. Fei Hua's real attack was brewing in front of her. In her hands, a mass of pitch-black energy continued to condense. Even before it was completed, he could already feel the terrifying destructive power being released. As a result, the entire 7th stage was shaking nonstop. What a pitiful person. Although your strength is not bad, the strongest martial skill you can use now is the previous move, right? Mid-7th Order Emperor Realm? The power of my attack will reach the peak of 7th Order Emperor Realm. What are you going to use to block it? Fei Hua sneered as she brewed her energy. In her opinion, today's battle could already end here. Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to escape from her all-out attack. The panic from before had completely disappeared. That's right, I am Fei Hua, the city lord of Hua City. How can I be afraid of a Jiangnan Palace disciple? I'm really getting worse and worse. I say, woman, what are you talking to yourself about? Ling Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. Fei Hua seemed to have just noticed it. Ling Xiao, who seemed to be in a hurry, was actually doing as he pleased. At this moment, there were 10 swords revolving around Ling Xiao, killing each other. They killed all the man-eating flowers that were pouncing on him. On the other hand, the blood-sovereign sword in Ling Xiao's hand was still brewing an even stronger power. Ling Xiao also knew that Fei Hua was going to give it her all. Naturally, he would not slack off. Who would win and who would lose would depend on this final attack. Looks like I have to kill you as soon as possible. Otherwise, undue delay may lead to trouble. Fei Hua frowned. Ling Xiao was not as panicked or fearful as she had imagined. She was a little anxious. The black energy in her hands had finally completely condensed. Would God please bestow me with great power? Destroy this detestable enemy. Seal of the Ogre. Boom. Fei Hua roared and attacked with both hands. A huge seal appeared in the void. The shape of the seal still looked like a man-eating flower. However, its attack power was more terrifying than any of the martial arts techniques that Hua Feihua had used before. All the man-eating flowers in the surrounding area instantly withered. All the plants in the 7th level lost their vitality and were completely absorbed by the seal of the ogre. This was the power of all the plants in the 7th level. It was even more terrifying than a peak 7th level martial arts technique. Ling Xiao did not have any martial arts techniques that could block it. There were only 2 choices he could make. He could either release the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, or he could use the Crimson Thunder God. The blood-red sword in his hand was a clear indication of his intentions. He chose the Crimson Thunder God. Hua Feihua's strength was not worth the risk of using the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. After all, Daisy was still nearby. "Why do you have to force me, City Lord Hua? There was no enmity between us. However, we became enemies for no reason, and you kept causing trouble for me. If I don't kill you today, I will never have a day of peace." Blood-red lightning gathered on Ling Xiao's body and poured into the Blood Sovereign sword. Behind him, a purple lightning bull appeared. However, the purple lightning bull's lightning had turned completely blood-red. Its power was even more terrifying than the blue lightning. This attack had cost him 5 million upper-grade spiritual stones. However, it did not matter. After all, Ling Xiao had more than enough spiritual stones. This little bit of consumption was nothing to worry about. As long as he could kill Hua Feihua, it was definitely worth it. Crimson Thunder God. When Ling Xiao let out a low roar, the terrifying ogre seal had completely swallowed Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, Daisy let out a cry of surprise. Hua Feihua, on the other hand, laughed maniacally. It was not easy to kill Ling Xiao. She should celebrate, to celebrate his hard-won victory. Ha 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 ha, see? This is the consequence of going against me. The consequence of going against the city lord. Ling Xiao is dead. You're next. Hinajuku. No matter who it is, anyone who sees me in this state must die. Who did you say is dead? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Hua Feihua was completely stunned, as if she had been frozen. Roar. Following Ling Xiao's voice. Then there was a terrifying dragon roar. A blood-red lightning dragon was released from the Blood Sovereign sword. It bit down on the huge ogre seal. Chapter 4008. What? Hua Feihua was completely stunned. The power was too strong. It was definitely not a rank 7 martial skill that could be released. What was going on? Kill. The Crimson Divine Dragon bit the seal of the ogre and pounced on Hua Feihua. Hua Feihua kept attacking with all her might. She tried to stop the Divine Dragon from descending. However, it was useless. The Crimson Divine Dragon pierced through Hua Feihua's body. A bloody wound appeared on her dantian. Her dantian shattered. Her inner core exploded. Hua Feihua choked with sobs as she waited for her death. Everything disappeared. She only saw Ling Xiao standing there with the Blood Supreme sword in his hand, staring at her coldly. Hua Feihua, how does that feel? Ling Xiao mocked. No. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Hua Feihua shook her head desperately, but her consciousness was getting blurry. She knew that she was about to die. But why did it come to this? Perhaps Ling Xiao was right. The 2 of them did not have any enmity, but she chose to target Ling Xiao. In the end, it came to this. Her life was about to come to an end. He was about to die tragically. There was no chance for regrets now. Bam! Hua Feihua's body fell to the ground. She had completely bid farewell to this world. Fortunately, before she died, she turned into her original appearance. She was still beautiful. It was a pity that the bloody hole in her body was too eye-catching. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and felt the changes in the energy in his body. He had completely reached 100% of the energy in his cultivation sea. He had to find an opportunity to break through. Although this battle appeared to be dangerous, it was ultimately not too challenging. Perhaps it would take some time before he could break through. As for Hua Feihua's death, he could not be bothered with it. It was not the first time he had killed someone. Those who died were just people who wanted to kill him. He burned Hua Feihua and all the corpses in the 7th level. He did not leave any traces. This way, even if the people in Fighting Soul Sacred City suspected that he killed them, they would not be able to find any evidence. Without evidence, they would not be able to convict him. Many people probably didn't even believe that he was the one who did it. For example, Daisy's. Even though she had seen it with her own eyes, she still found it hard to believe that Ling Xiao had really killed a city lord. This was too frightening, too powerful. Take care of yourself. After saying this, Ling Xiao walked towards the 8th stage. That was the place that could truly stimulate his potential. After all the demon beasts in the 8th stage were at the 8th level of the Divine Core realm. If Ling Xiao wanted to survive there, he would have to constantly activate his tyrant martial spirit to fight. He did not want Daisy to follow him. Hinajika glanced at Ling Xiao's back. He also left. Today's events felt like a dream. She had already planned to commit suicide. However, he found out who his real enemy was. That was Diying and even the Sacred Lord. Now that she had become the disciple of the Holy Lord, she should use this to her advantage and work even harder on her cultivation. Then he would find an opportunity to kill the Sacred Lord and Diying. The 7th stage was more suitable for her cultivation. She chose a cultivation room and went into seclusion. As for Ling Xiao, just as he was about to enter the 8th stage, the talisman in his hand suddenly rang. It was a message talisman. As long as someone had a message talisman with the same number, he could contact them directly. Master Jiang Nan, what's the matter? The one who contacted Ling Xiao was Jiang Nan. Did you do something in the Valley of Warsoul? Jiang Nan asked. You can say that. You know about it? Ling Xiao was surprised. Normally, no one in the outside world would know about what happened in the Valley of Warsoul. Hua Feihua's aura suddenly disappeared, and her soul stone shattered. This means that she died in the Valley of Warsoul. Only the City Lord and the Sacred Lord are qualified to have a soul stone. Jiang Nan explained. So you didn't see it, but her soul stone shattered. Then, it's not a big deal. I can tell you that I was the one who killed her. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. You're right? All right, you can come out now. No matter who asks you about this, just say that you don't know anything. Even your senior sisters will say the same thing. Or else you'll be in trouble. Jiang Nan said, your cultivation in the Valley of Warsoul has to come to an end. There's a new mission that will be very useful to you. Initially, I was worried about your strength. But since you were able to kill that bitch, Hua Feihua, I don't have to worry about your strength anymore. I'm afraid that in the Valley of Warsoul, only the City Lord, the Sacred Lord, and the 3 sect elders of the Law Palace can be your enemy. Even the 4 legendary disciples of the Sacred Lord won't be your match. What's the matter? If it's not important, I won't go out. Ling Xiao still wanted to stay and break through to the 5th Divine Core realm. It's very important, very important. Don't you want to go to the Golden City? This is your chance. Jiang Nan said. All right, I'll go out now. When Ling Xiao heard about the Golden City, he was immediately tempted. He cut off the conversation and left the Valley of Warsoul in a hurry. As for the details, he could only ask them face to face. When Ling Xiao left the War Spirit Valley, many people were very surprised in their hearts. Of course, the ones who were the most shocked were the 3 sect elders of the Law Palace and Diying. He's still alive. Don't tell me Fei Hua was killed by him. The first elder of the Law Palace furrowed his brows. He had never encountered a situation like this before. Therefore, even he was panicking. Impossible. Fei Hua is the city lord. It's already a miracle that this Ling Xiao was able to defeat Shi Yong and Shi Ganglai. Something must have happened. Could it be that some unknown trouble has appeared in the valley of War Soul? Diying shook his head and said, "Don't forget, there was once a terrifying demon beast that couldn't be controlled in the valley of War Soul. At that time, the sacred master personally took action and killed that demonic beast." First Elder, I agree with Diying's opinion. Who does Ling Xiao think he is? The Law Palace has sent so many great warriors to kill him. If they were all killed by him, then what? Doesn't that mean that the people of our disciplinary hall are trash? The second elder said, what these people couldn't accept the most was that a trash they thought was incapable of killing a genius they thought highly of. I think so too. Shi Yong was personally groomed by me. I understand his saber skills the best. Ling Xiao's bit of strength is simply not enough. The third elder said, if that's the case, this Ling Xiao's luck is a little too good. Although the first elder still had doubts in his heart, the other 4 people's opinions were unanimous, and he didn't have any opinions of his own. While they were discussing Ling Xiao had already returned to the Jiangnan Palace. Jiangnan received Ling Xiao alone. Ling Xiao roughly explained what had happened inside. Almost got you killed. Chapter 4009. Master Jiangnan, I didn't die, right? Even if I knew it was dangerous, I would still go. Just tell me why you asked me to come out this time. How is it related to the Golden City? Ling Xiao didn't take what happened in the War Spirit Valley seriously, although it was dangerous. He also benefited a lot. Now he was more concerned about what Jiangnan wanted to say. Jiangnan nodded and said, you know that there are 3,000 sacred cities in our Golden Heaven nation. The 3,000 sacred cities will have a ranking battle every 10 years. Those who participate are all outstanding disciples of the sacred cities. As long as you enter the top 1,000, you can be called a golden disciple. You will receive a lot of rewards and key training from the Golden City. If you enter the top 100, you may even be selected by the Golden City to go to the mysterious sacred land to cultivate. So good. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt that he was very lucky to be able to participate in the ranking battle every 10 years. Moreover, the ranking battle was related to whether or not he could enter the Golden City to cultivate, whether or not he could be valued by the Golden City. Ling Xiao believed that if he became a golden disciple, even Di Tuotian wouldn't dare to touch him easily. After all, he had become the ultimate protection target of the Golden City. Of course, the higher the ranking, the better. Of course, but I need to remind you, the best result of our War Spirit Sacred City is around the 800th place. He is one of the legendary disciples of the Sacred Lord. Because the ranking battle has an age limit, you need to be 30 years old to participate. Otherwise, the few of us can still get a better ranking. Jiangnan continued, this is normal. The comprehensive strength of the War Spirit Sacred City is only above average. Among the 3,000 sacred cities, it's not easy for a disciple to enter the 800th place. Ling Xiao didn't find it surprising. By the way, Master Jiangnan, is the ranking battle a one-on-one battle? Ling Xiao asked. That's not it. What the Golden City needs is talented disciples, not a powerful disciple. There was still a subtle difference in this. At that time, Everyone will be assigned a task of the same difficulty according to the effect of the task. There will be different scores. The scoring criteria were transparent, and anyone could see it, so it couldn't be faked. Even if it was an angel sent by the City of Gold, it was impossible for it to be faked. Therefore, this was very fair. Whoever had the highest score would be ranked the highest, and so on and so forth. Originally, no one from our Jiangnan Palace Hall had the qualifications to participate in this ranking tournament, but you've defeated Zhang Ruofeng and Tai Yu, so you've completely qualified. He was chosen by the Angel of the City of Gold. Not even the Sacred Master can stop me. Jiangnan introduced. If that's the case, does this mean that this angel is stronger than the Holy Master? Ling Xiao asked. That's not the case. Angels might not be as strong as holy lords, but they represent the City of Gold. He had the will of the Yellow Emperor. Even the Sacred Master wouldn't dare to resist. So that's how it is. The power of will is truly terrifying. Ling Xiao nodded. He was not particularly interested in other rewards, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope to enter the Golden City, he had to participate. 3,000 holy cities. Even if each holy city only sent out 10 disciples, there would still be 30,000 participants. The competition was not small. Moreover, there might not be only 10 disciples participating. As expected, Jiang Nan's next words confirmed Ling Xiao's speculation. Our Sacred Master has already gone to the City of Gold to accept the mission. Once he returned, the ranking battle this time could be considered to have truly begun. In addition, there are 20 people from the Fighting Soul Sacred City participating in the ranking tournament. There are 10 disciples under the Sacred Master, including Sacred General Zhanlong and Daisy. There will be 3 disciples under Di Ying, including Di Hongxiu, Di Hongyun, and the real star of the Divine Eagle Palace, Chun Yu. The remaining 7 spots will be divided between the other castellans and the Criminal Law Palace. It's not easy for us to get a spot. It's really not easy. There was a lot of information in Jiang Nan's words that was worth considering, but what puzzled Ling Xiao was that Di Hongxiu and Di Hongyun were not as strong as Bai Lian. Why should they participate? Of course, it was useless to ask Jiang Nan about this. By the way, Master Jiang Nan, is Chun Yu related to Chen Hao? Ling Xiao asked. That's right, Chun Yu is Chen Hao's sister, but the relationship between them is not good. You don't have to worry about Chun Yu taking revenge, but you have to be careful of the 4 legendary disciples under the Sacred Master. Those 4 will definitely not tolerate you, the person who killed Zhang Ruofeng. Jiang Nan reminded. There's another big problem. The leader of the Fighting Soul Sacred City this time is Di Ying. Di Ying is the leader. Ling Xiao frowned. With that guy as the leader, would he let him off easily? I know you're worried, but other than the leader, there will be an angel in the team. She will be in charge of supervising the mission. Di Ying won't dare to mess around. Jiang Nan explained. But Di Ying doesn't have to attack me directly. He can do something during the mission, obstruct me, and protect and help his disciples. Ling Xiao was still unhappy with this arrangement. I can only tell you that during the mission, the leader can't easily interfere with the progress of the mission. Once he interferes, he may lose the right to lead. The leader can only act under one condition. That is, the life of the team member is in danger, and the team member has to ask for help. Once the leader acts, the team member will lose the right to continue participating in the ranking battle. As for the angel, no matter what the situation is, he's just a bystander. Even if you die in front of him, he won't do anything. He won't even say a word. If that's the case, I can accept it. Ling Xiao wasn't particularly satisfied, but thinking about it, it wasn't bad. Since he couldn't change, he would work hard to adapt. All right, the Sacred Master will probably be back tomorrow. Rest well today, and don't leave Jiangnan Palace for the time being. I'm worried that someone will attack you. After what happened in the Fighting Soul Valley, Jiang Nan didn't dare to be careless. Who knew what those people were scheming? Thank you for the reminder, Master Jiang Nan. I understand. Ling Xiao didn't plan to go out either. It wasn't that he was afraid of anyone. He just didn't want to complicate matters at this time. The ranking battle was very important to him. He couldn't let anything go wrong. After Jiang Nan left, Ling Xiao stayed in his room alone and began consolidating his cultivation. After the increase in energy in his cultivation sea, he needed to consolidate it as well. If not, it would become unstable. While consolidating his cultivation, Jiang Nan summarized his current situation. Cultivation. Peak 4th Divine Core Realm, 100% energy in his cultivation sea, about to break through at any time. Chapter 40:10. Martial Skills. Innate Fiend God Seal. 7th Order Emperor Realm Martial Skill Innate Fiend God Seal. 6th Order Emperor Realm Martial Skill Blood Fiend God Seal. 5th Order Emperor Realm Martial Skill Black Tortoise Divine Physique. Peak 7th Order Emperor Realm Combat Physique basically. These were all the useful martial skills he had right now. With the Innate Fiend God Seal, Black Tortoise Divine Physique, and Beast Soul Transformation, he could easily defeat a 7th Order Divine Core Warrior. Not to mention, he also had the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul and Blood Thunder God. In terms of combat strength, it shouldn't be a problem. As for completing the mission, he couldn't rely solely on his strength. He still needed to rely on his brain and skills. The Tai Chi Eye, alchemy, formations, and many other things would become his strongest trump cards. While Jiang Chen was thinking, a day passed quickly. Early the next morning, Jiang Nan came looking for him. She told him to welcome the Saint Lord at the entrance of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Ling Xiao followed her to the entrance. Although Ling Xiao didn't have much time to come to the Fighting Soul Sacred City, but he did have an extraordinary memory. It was easy for him to remember where the entrance was. As for the other disciples of the Jiangnan Palace, they were still in secluded cultivation. After consuming the 9-sun soul refining pill, they would need to cultivate for a while. If it wasn't for the ranking battle, Jiang Nan wouldn't have delayed her cultivation. "You're that Ling Xiao?" Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them. Ling Xiao didn't recognize him. However, Jiang Nan recognized her. "Oh, it's Chen Yu. Why are you looking for Ling Xiao?" "Mayor Jiang, why do you ask when you already know the answer? Although I don't have a good relationship with Chen Hao, he is still my younger brother. Ling Xiao killed Chen. How can I just sit back and watch?" Chen Yu said angrily. "Then what do you want?" Ling Xiao said with disdain. "If I can kill Chen Hao, I can also kill you. I just hope you don't seek death. I've killed too many people recently, and I feel unlucky." "What an arrogant guy." Chen Yu stared at Ling Xiao and asked coldly, "Did you kill those men from the disciplinary palace?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. He could only tell Jiang Nan about what happened in the War Spirit Valley. No one else would say anything. It wasn't that he was afraid of anything, but if he didn't say anything, others wouldn't be able to judge his true strength. This was definitely a good thing for him. Not to mention, some people in War Soul Sacred City couldn't use those high-sounding reasons to judge him. "You definitely didn't do it. You don't have that kind of ability." Chen Yu stared at Ling Xiao for a while, then confirmed that Ling Xiao was only a peak 4th Heavenly Core warrior. It was as if he suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. Even if she wanted to avenge her brother, she would not choose to do it now. After all, Jiang Nan was still there. If he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, it would be best to do it during the mission. "As long as you're happy." Ling Xiao smiled as he watched Chen Yu leave. "What a silly bird. You are indeed a foolish child." If I didn't provoke you, I might have been able to live. Jiang Nan also shook her head. Let's go. You've been delayed for a while. I'm sure the others are waiting for you. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Then he continued walking with Jiang Nan. When they arrived at the entrance of Seoul's sacred city, many people had already gathered here. Compared to the gathering at the recruitment hall, there were many more people here. 7 city lords, besides the dead Hua Feihua. All of them were here. Of course, all the outstanding disciples who were going to participate in the ranking tournament were here as well. Ling Xiao noticed that Di Hongxiu and Di Hongyan were much stronger than the last time he saw them. Also, both of them felt like something was wrong. They weren't as lively as before, but they were more vicious and cold. It seemed like everyone was discussing Hua Feihua's death. Hua Feihua's death was a serious accident. The criminal law palace was investigating it, but this didn't stop the city lords from discussing it. Seeing Jiang Nan and Ling Xiao arrive, Di Ying suddenly spoke up. With a cold voice, he said, I didn't expect you to come here. Don't you know how serious of a crime you've committed? What a joke, City Lord Di Ying. Why didn't you think about how serious of a crime you've committed when you killed your entire family? If I remember correctly, when I first arrived at Seoul's sacred city, you wanted to kill me. Do you think you're awesome just because you're a city lord? Hua Feihua pretended to be cool, but she still died. Do you want to become the second Hua Feihua? Ling Xiao sneered. He purposely said this so that the other party wouldn't be able to figure out his background. All right, Di Ying, don't forget that you're the leader of this tournament. You're not young anymore, and you're already at odds with your disciples. Don't you feel ashamed? Jiang Nan looked at Di Ying and smiled faintly. Humph! Di Ying snorted, knowing that he had been too impulsive. But when he saw Ling Xiao, he was unhappy. Brat, even if City Lord Hua is dead, she wasn't killed by you. Don't use this to threaten me. Is that so? Maybe City Lord Hua was really killed by me. Ling Xiao laughed. This brat is the ruthless person who killed Zhang Ruofeng and Tai Yu. Hearing the conversation between Ling Xiao and Di Ying, those who hadn't seen Ling Xiao before could guess who he was. This brat is really young. He's so young, but he's already so accomplished. It seems that we're all getting old. He killed the Sacred Lord's disciple. How good can he be? Some people felt that Ling Xiao was dancing on the edge of a knife. As for Ling Xiao's claim that he had killed Hua Feihua, they would never believe it. Ling Xiao's cultivation was too weak, not to mention killing Hua Feihua. They didn't even think that Ling Xiao had killed Tai Yu himself. It must be the people from Jiangnan Palace who had helped him. Some people were like that. When they looked down on someone, they would analyze the situation based on their own judgment. But they didn't know that they would often make mistakes. If you couldn't do it, did it mean that others couldn't? Everyone, this is my disciple's first time participating in this kind of ranking battle. He hasn't been in Seoul's sacred city for long, so I'll have to trouble you to take care of him. He still had to say some polite words. Although Jiang Nan knew that basically no one dared to get close to Ling Xiao now. There's no need to take care of him. Your disciple can even kill Senior Zhang Ruofeng and Senior Tai Yu. He's so strong that he doesn't need our help. That's right. If City Lord Jiang is worried, just don't let him participate. Don't worry. There were sarcastic remarks. In short, Ling Xiao was a newcomer, and Ling Xiao dared to do things that they didn't dare to do. So they were jealous and afraid. There was a natural repulsion towards Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao didn't care at all. Jiang Nan couldn't be bothered to explain. Master Jiang Nan, are the Sacred Lord's disciples all here? Ling Xiao was more concerned about the 4 legendary disciples of the Sacred Lord. Only 5 are here. There are still 5 who haven't arrived, including Zhanlong and the 4 legendary disciples. Jiangnan looked around and said, "Oh." Ling Xiao nodded. Daisy sat alone in the crowd. She looked at Ling Xiao from time to time and was really surprised. After such a thing happened, Ling Xiao could still be so calm. It was really beyond her expectations. Chapter 40:11. They're here. Suddenly, 5 figures flew over from afar. While flying, they looked extremely domineering. What are you pretending for? Who doesn't know how to fly? Ling Xiao curled his lips. These 5 men were weaker than the city lord, but their entrance was even more domineering than the city lord. They were truly worthy of being the Saint Lord's disciples. They really knew how to pretend. Among the 5 men, only Zhanlong was familiar to Ling Xiao. After he arrived, he didn't pay any attention to the city lords. Instead, he took the initiative to greet Ling Xiao. "Brother Ling, we meet again." Zhanlong never liked Zhang Ruofeng. If not for the fact that they were fellow disciples, he would have killed Zhang Ruofeng a long time ago. He knew very well what Zhang Ruofeng had done outside. Ling Xiao had killed Zhang Ruofeng, but not only did he not hate him, he actually admired him. He didn't have the guts to kill Zhang Ruofeng. "That's right, we meet again. Brother Zhanlong, it seems like you've become stronger?" Ling Xiao noticed that Zhanlong had broken through to the early 7th Divine Core realm. This was a great breakthrough. "I have to thank you for this. If not for watching you fight, I wouldn't have been able to break through," Zhanlong said with a smile. While they were talking, the 4 men on the other side had cold expressions on their faces. They even looked at Zhanlong with disdain. It was as if Zhanlong was chatting with a city lord's disciple. Besides, Ling Xiao was the man who had killed Zhang Ruofeng. These 4 men were different from Zhanlong. They didn't like Ling Xiao at all. They didn't hate him. They just felt ashamed that Ling Xiao had killed their fellow disciple. "Come, let me introduce you to these 4 legendary disciples of the Saint Lord. They are the 4 guys who are the best at pretending." Zhanlong seemed to look down on these so-called legendary disciples. He looked at the 4 men. Pointing at one of them, he said, "That guy over there is the strongest man in Fighting Soul Sacred City. His name is Lu Qingmeng." Ling Xiao looked at the man Zhanlong pointed at. This man named Lu Qingmeng, he seemed to be in his early 20s. Dressed in a green robe, he stood there like a peerless sword that had just been unsheathed. He released his sword qi without concealing it. His sword exuded an aura of light. There was even a halo shining behind his head. This person did not emit any killing intent, but he gave off the feeling that he was the most difficult person to deal with. "Like you, Lu Qingmeng is good with the sword. His sword was the Sword of Rainbow Radiance. It was personally bestowed to him by the Sacred Leader. It was also a rare grade Heavenly Emperor artifact, but it was the best rare grade Heavenly Emperor artifact. Under the age of 30, no one in Fighting Soul Sacred City was his opponent. Right now, his cultivation had reached the late 7th Divine Core realm. Even the few city lords were also very wary of him. He came from the heavenly sacred land of the 9-star celestial realm. He has the divine light body and is the successor chosen by the sacred Lord. Even Diying cannot compare to him. Heaven Holy Land. Ling Xiao had heard of this place before. That was a place as famous as the 4 major regions, and it nurtured martial artists who revered the light. Logically speaking, a place like this should be respected by everyone. But in fact, when mentioning the heavenly sacred land, those who knew about it would not feel fear in their hearts. That's right, the heavenly sacred land. You have to be careful. In his eyes, you're a heinous devil. That's why he has a reason to kill you. Zhanlong reminded. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded his head. It looked like this mission was not going to be easy. Not only did he have to deal with Diying, but he also had to deal with the 4 legendary disciples. He also had to fight against the 4 legendary disciples of the Sacred Lord, especially this person called Lu Qingmeng. Also, Lu Qingmeng might become the leader of the group of 20, but when you're completing the mission, don't listen to him or else you'll be killed. Zhanlong said. Ling Xiao nodded his head. If Lu Qingmeng was obedient, he wouldn't do anything to him. But if Lu Qingmeng treated him as the darkness and expelled him, he would be in deep trouble. He had to kill this guy. So what if he was from the heavenly sacred land? So what if he had the divine light body? Why would he be afraid? Look at those 2 in the middle. They are husband and wife. Their names are Jadefall and Yellow Springs. Zhanlong pointed at a man and woman and said, husband and wife dual cultivation, which allowed them to improve their cultivation at a very fast pace. Also, they are very good at combining attacks. Their martial souls were also very similar, and both belong to the yin evil attribute. If they worked together, even Lu Qingmeng wouldn't dare fight them head-on. Normally, to defeat them, one would choose to fight them one by one. Both of them were at the early 7th Divine Core realm, the same as me, but if they were to fight, they would be much stronger than me. If they fight, I'm no match for them. Ling Xiao looked at Jadefall and Yellow Springs. The appearance of this man and woman was nothing to be proud of. They were slightly worse than ordinary people. When they went out, they really did look like evil ghosts from Jadefall and Yellow Springs. And that creepy guy at the end, his name is Ghostly. Ghostly was wearing a black robe, and his face couldn't even be seen clearly. This person's presence was extremely insignificant. If he wanted to, no one would be able to sense his existence. Ghostly's cultivation is only at the peak 6th Divine Core realm, but this guy is just as scary. The martial skill he cultivates can make his aura completely disappear. He can kill people without them noticing. Zhanlong explained. Ling Xiao looked at Ghostly. The feeling this guy gave him was similar to when he transformed into his shadow warrior form. If these 4 men worked together to fight him, he would have to be careful. But being careful was one thing. These 4 men were not strong enough to make him feel scared. You're Ling Xiao? While Jiangchen was thinking, Bai Luo spoke. His cold voice completely ignored Jiang Nan's existence. Instead, he asked Ling Xiao directly. Ling Xiao didn't even look at Bai Luo. He was still chatting with Zhan long about some private matters. The Saint Lord wasn't here yet. Bastard, how dare you ignore me? Bai Luo's expression was ugly. He thought he was one of the 4 legendary disciples of the Saint Lord. Apart from Lu Qingmeng, he was the strongest amongst them. But now, Ling Xiao actually didn't give him any face. You're the bastard. Your senior sister, City Lord Jiang, is here. Don't you know how to greet her? Ling Xiao raised his eyelids and sneered. Bai Luo froze for a moment. Then he saw Jiang Nan's cold gaze. Junior brother Bai Luo, I think you're getting worse and worse. Do you think you can ignore your senior sister just because you have a little talent? Jiang Nan was also unhappy. Ling Xiao was her disciple. How dare he reprimand Ling Xiao in front of her? Wasn't that not giving her face? Senior sister Jiang Nan. The corner of Bai Luo's mouth twitched. He bowed helplessly and said, I guess this must be the disciple you're most proud of, Ling Xiao. That's right. It's him. What are you going to do? Jiang Nan said coldly. Senior sister Jiang Nan, do you mind if I spar with him? Bai Luo smiled. I can, but I'm afraid you'll die under his sword like Zhang Ruofeng. I can't explain it to the Saint Lord. After all, the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities is the key. Chapter 40:12. Jiang Nan was very confident in Ling Xiao. Since he could kill Hua Feihua, Bai Luo was naturally not a problem. Senior sister Jiang Nan Aren't you exaggerating a little too much? Bai Luo frowned and looked at Ling Xiao. Junior brother, do you dare to fight with senior brother? You don't have to be in a hurry to court death. There will be a time when you die. Ling Xiao did not give Bai Luo any face and said indifferently, "It's just as Master Jiang Nan said. Right now, I only have the ranking battle in my heart. I'm not interested in a buzzing fly like you. How dare you humiliate my husband?" Huang Quan was unhappy. How could she tolerate her husband being scolded like a fly by someone else? Hee hee. So flies also have a male and a female. You two are a perfect match. Ling Xiao laughed. You're courting death. No matter how cultured a person was, they could not tolerate being mocked by Ling Xiao like this. Bai Luo waved his hand and was about to attack and kill Ling Xiao on the spot. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. It scared Bai Luo so much that he hurriedly retracted his aura and retreated to the side. He looked at Ling Xiao fiercely and said, "You brat, remember this. You've escaped a calamity today. However, I hope you don't meet with an accident and die outside this time. You two flies better take care of yourselves first. Don't get slapped to death by others." Ling Xiao knew that the Battle Soul Sacred City's Holy Lord had arrived. Only his appearance would scare Bai Luo and Huang Quan so much that they did not dare to speak. As for the other party's threat to him, he did not take it seriously at all. He had always grown up being chased and intercepted by others. How could others not be jealous of a mortal like you who grew up so quickly? How could they not think of ways to kill you? However, was he afraid? Those who wanted to kill him would often suffer the consequences of their own actions. His sword was not given to him for nothing. With his strength, he was not someone that anyone could bully. He had once killed Gu Fenghua, Qing Ma Xue, and Whitewater Wolf. Now he had a way to kill Lu Qingmong by Luo, Huang Quan, and Ghostly. Welcome, Holy Lord. At this moment, Ling Xiao heard the voices of the crowd. He cupped his hands slightly as a courtesy. Then he looked up at the sky, the Holy Lord of Fighting Soul's sacred city. He was a very refined person. He was dressed in loose white clothes. A long sword hung from his waist. Her hair was loose. However, it exuded a domineering aura that made people not dare to look up at it. Strong, truly powerful, Di Tuotian. Was this the enemy of Jian Chen and Chu Ling? Di Tuotian landed on the ground with a faint smile on his face. He seemed to be an easy person to get along with, but for Ling Xiao, who had seen the world, he didn't think much of him. This kind of smiling tiger was actually the most troublesome person. Di Tuotian looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. "You must be that Ling Xiao. Very good, very good, very good." He said "good" 3 times in a row, but no one knew what he meant. Then he no longer looked at Ling Xiao. Instead, he said to everyone, "We've received the mission this time. The mission will officially start at noon tomorrow." "What kind of mission is it?" Diying couldn't help but ask, although all the missions were of the same difficulty. But during the completion of the mission, there would be all kinds of unexpected events. These unexpected events would become the key to scoring points. There would be extra points. The gap between the disciples was caused by these unexpected events, and these unexpected events would require the disciples to trigger them. The advantage of this design was that those who could trigger these unexpected events were usually those with great talent. The Golden City's test was very interesting. It was also very scientific. Di Tuotian gently flicked his hair. Then he said with a smile, "No matter what mission it is, it's all the same. There's no difference in difficulty. Those who have participated in the ranking tournament know this. The key to scoring points is the ability to trigger the unexpected events. Also, the ability to solve the unexpected events. If you only know how to trigger them and can't solve them, then you'll be dead. No one said anything. They just quietly listened to Di Tuatien's explanation. Now that you understand this, I'll tell you what the mission is. Overall, the mission is very simple, but it's not easy. Most of the 20 of you are only at the 5th level of the Divine Core realm. Only 4 of you are at the 7th level of the Divine Core realm. 7 of you are at the 6th level of the Divine Core realm. The rest of you are at the 5th level of the Divine Core realm. Oh, there's even a 4th level Divine Core warrior. But the enemy we're going to face is much stronger than all of you. What kind of enemy is this? Why is it so terrifying? Bai Luo furrowed her brows and asked, "The mission is to eliminate them. The enemy is the Great River Bandits located in the Northern Wind Strong Country. The Great River Bandits are a group of terrifying bandits, and they have been causing havoc in the Northern Wind Strong Country for years. About 100 years ago, the Northern Wind Strong Country killed the Great River Bandits leader and wiped out most of the bandits. But there were always a few who escaped. Now, they have become a force once again. They have even killed the kings of a few big countries. I have to remind you, the Great River Bandits' new leader's strength is unknown, but he has once killed a perfect 7th Divine Core warrior. According to the information provided by the Northern Wind Strong Country, wherever they go, the Great River Bandits will burn, kill, rob, and commit all kinds of crimes. Therefore, you don't have to feel guilty about killing them. What you have to pay attention to is how ruthless they are. He can actually kill a perfect 7th Divine Core warrior. That means this Great River Bandits leader is at least a warrior at the same level as him. Or he might be even more terrifying. Lu Qingmong furrowed her brows. That's right, this Great River Bandits leader isn't the only powerful warrior. There are a total of 6 leaders in the Great River Bandits. The leader is just one of them. The other 5 are all 7th Divine Core warriors, and they are all at the late 7th Divine Core realm. That's not all. Among the Great River Bandits, there are 20 mid-7th Divine Core warriors. There are 40 early 7th Divine Core warriors and 40 early 7th Divine Core warriors. As for those below the 6th Divine Core realm, they are just small leaders and ordinary bandits. There are more than 1,000 of them. With such strength, they are much stronger than the 20 of you. As the leader, Di Ing can't do anything, so we can only rely on you guys. That's why I have to remind you again. Unity, only by working together and giving full play to each of your strengths can we possibly complete this mission. Of course, even if you can't complete the mission in the end, you will still be graded based on your performance. But to the Fighting Soul Sacred City, that will be a great humiliation. The Fighting Soul Sacred City has a history of over 1,000 years, but no one has ever completed a mission. This is a great humiliation. I believe that the geniuses of your generation will bring glory to the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Although Di Tuatien's words were very convincing, the disciples' fighting spirit wasn't as high as before. The enemy was too strong, and the possibility of completing the mission was close to 0. Who would still be interested in the mission? Don't panic. I'll deal with the Great River Bandits leader. Lu Qingmong suddenly said with a cold voice, I'm going to use this sword of light to kill that evil devil. Chapter 40:13. To protect the light, to protect the glory of the Fighting Soul Sacred City, Lu Qingmong was really good at acting tough. As for whether or not she could fulfill her promise, he would have to wait and see. Ling Xiao was too lazy to care about what these people were saying. He had analyzed a few important points from Di Tuatien's words. Firstly, the overall mission could be skipped. Secondly, they had to try their best to avoid any accidents that might occur during the mission. Thirdly, take the bandit suppression mission as an example. The more people you killed, the higher your points would be. This was the key to this mission. If that was the case, there was no need to talk about unity. When the time came, these people would definitely fight for the points with all their might. The only way to unite them was to let one of them get all the points, and the others would just be helpers. Ling Xiao didn't have any intention of helping others. If someone really asked him to help Lu Qingmang get first place, he would definitely reject it. What a joke! The reason he joined the ranking battle was to get a good ranking. He wasn't here to be someone's study partner. Don't be discouraged. The rewards this time are much better than what you can imagine. 6th level Emperor realm martial skills are just the foundation. There might even be 7th or 8th level Emperor realm martial skills as rewards. As for the pills, there's no need to mention them. You should know that I, the Saint Lord, am a late 8th Divine Core warrior, and I only know one 8th level Emperor realm martial skill. If you can get an 8th level Emperor realm martial skill, you will definitely soar to the heavens. In the future, you might even surpass me. Therefore, although this mission is difficult, as long as you are willing to work hard, the rewards will be better than what you can imagine. Hearing what Di Tuotian said, the crowd gradually became excited again. Some of them even started shouting excitedly. It looked like the temptation of martial skills and pills was really great for them. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was as calm as usual. He wasn't happy about the rewards, nor was he sad about it. Since the rewards were great, it meant the mission was difficult. He wondered how many of these 20 people would come back. He couldn't help but think about what had happened in the Shuiyu country. During that trip to the secret realm, not many people came back alive. Oh, right. Apart from the rewards, don't forget about the Great River Bandits' wealth. The Great River Bandits had been running rampant in the Northern Wind Kingdom for so many years. They had burned, killed, looted, and accumulated a lot of good things. If anyone could get the 3 drops of Beast God's blood from the Great River Bandits, they would be able to get it. Therefore, I taught him my 8th rank Divine Core martial skill. Furthermore, I will give you all that I have learned in my life. Hearing this, Ling Xiao, who was originally calm, could no longer remain calm. The Beast God's blood was what he wanted the most. Previously in the secret realm, he had only obtained a single drop. Who would have thought that there would be news of the Beast God's blood? Furthermore, it was actually 3 drops. He thought of the map on the sheepskin scroll and suddenly realized the location of the Beast God's blood. Wasn't that Beifeng's strong country? Could there be a connection between the two? No matter what, he had to get it. If he wanted to practice the 12 Divine Beast technique, he would need at least 3 drops of Beast God's blood. Therefore, he would never let anyone have the Beast God's blood. One had to know that the real 12 Divine Beast technique was a martial skill that surpassed the peak of the 9th Order Monarch realm. It might even be the pinnacle martial skill in the Black Tortoise continent. Even if he could cultivate even one move, it would already be extremely terrifying. Once he started cultivating it, it would definitely become one of his trump cards. No matter if it was Di Ying or the Saint Lord's disciples, if anyone dared to stand in his way, Ling Xiao would never show them any mercy. Even if he had to kill all of them, he had to achieve his goal. All right, that's all for today. Tomorrow, we will officially depart for the Northern Wind Kingdom, although we still don't know where the Great River Bandits' base is. But the Northern Wind Kingdom has already found out where they are gathering. The mission will last for a month. I think that should be enough. After saying that, Di Tuotian prepared to leave. Di Ying couldn't help but ask, "Saint Lord, who is the angel that will be sent to our Fighting Soul Sacred City?" Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. I think you've all heard of this angel. She is known as the Azure Lotus Swordswoman, and she was once connected to our Fighting Soul Sacred City. With her here, I'm sure she won't cause any trouble. Di Tuatian answered. No way, it's her. She's so strong. How could she be an angel? Logically speaking, the angels sent by the Golden City should only have the strength of a city lord, right? Di Ying didn't understand. Don't say you don't understand. I don't understand either. This Azure Lotus is stronger than me. She's probably already an extreme core realm expert. But you don't have to worry. She's a very fair person. As long as you don't violate the rules of this ranking battle, you'll be fine. After saying that, Di Tuatian glanced at Ling Xiao. He had long heard that Ling Xiao was recommended by the Azure Lotus swordswoman. This time, the Azure Lotus swordswoman took the initiative to be an angel. He felt that it had something to do with Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, time was tight, and he couldn't investigate it clearly. He could only wait until the ranking battle was over. Di Ying's expression didn't look good. He did want to make things difficult for Ling Xiao during the mission, but once the Azure Lotus swordswoman came, he wouldn't be able to do it. If he forcefully dealt with Ling Xiao, he might even lose his life. Compared to Di Ying, Ling Xiao was very happy. The Azure Lotus swordswoman was his benefactor. Although he didn't know why she was so good to him, he had a feeling. She didn't have any ill intentions. Since that was the case, he didn't need to think too much. He just needed to accept the Azure Lotus swordswoman's good intentions. All right, that's it. Are there any other questions? Di Tuatian asked. Everyone shook their heads. Di Tuatian looked at Lu Qingmang and said, Qingmang Bai Luo, Huang Quan, Guili, the four of you follow me. There were a total of 10 people participating in the ranking battle under his name, but he only called 4 of them. Clearly, he only thought highly of these 4 people. The other 6 were nothing to him. This ranking battle will be led by Qingmang. No matter what happens, I want the 3 of you to do your best to help her. If necessary, it's fine to sacrifice others. As long as the 4 of you come back safely, it's fine. Just as they arrived at the Sacred Leader Palace, Di Tuatian said to his 4 disciples, Understood. Actually, they had already thought of Di Tuatian's orders. After all, the ranking battle didn't look at the total score, but the score of the strongest person. As long as Lu Qingmang entered the top 500, the status of Fighting Soul Sacred City would also rise. They believed that the other sacred cities would do the same. They would choose one or a few of them to nurture, let them get more points. In the past, the ranking battles were done this way. It wasn't against the rules. The angels accompanying the teams wouldn't interfere either. Master, that Ling Xiao, can we kill him? Chapter 40:14. Whatever. Anyway, it's normal to die in the ranking battle. This kid is really too much. Niece. Does he think that because he was recommended by Qing Lian, I won't dare to touch him? What a joke. Since he dared to kill my disciple, he deserves to die. Di Tuatian had wanted to kill Ling Xiao for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tacitly agreed to let Hua Fei Hua and the Punishment Hall deal with Ling Xiao. But he didn't expect that idiot Hua Fei Hua to fail. Understood. Master, as long as it doesn't affect the mission, we will think of a way to kill Ling Xiao so that he won't turn Fighting Soul Sacred City upside down. With Di Tuatian's permission, the 4 of them were finally relieved. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this conversation, but he could guess. There must be someone who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. What he needed to do now was to study the information on the Great River Bandits. He had never heard of the Great River Bandits before, but the North Wind Strong Country had studied and investigated them for many years. The information had already been sent to the 3,000 Sacred City. Ling Xiao only needed to go to the database, and he would be able to access it at will. The information he knew about the Great River Bandits was not very detailed. In addition to what Di Tuatian said before, The key was that no one knew where the Great River Bandits' stronghold was. The Great River Bandits were not as strong as the North Wind strong country, but they were more terrifying than any other strong country, and their whereabouts were mysterious. It seemed that every time the North Wind strong country made a move, the Great River Bandits would be notified in advance and then escape. This made Ling Xiao suspect that there were spies from the Great River Bandits within the North Wind strong country, and their status was not low. This was also why the North Wind strong country reported the matter of eliminating the Great River Bandits to the Golden Heavenly Country. Would this matter become an unforeseen event? Ling Xiao frowned. No mission could be completed smoothly. There would always be some accidents. This was the so-called man proposes but God disposes. Plans could not be as fast as changes. But this time, the changes meant that he could get more points. Soon it was the second day. Everyone once again appeared outside the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Di Tuotian gave his final instructions. For the glory of war, Soul Sacred City. This time, I've decided to choose Qing Mang as my main support target. If conditions permit, you should try your best to help him gain points. Furthermore, City Lord Di Ying was the leader. His orders had to be obeyed. Lu Qingmang will be your captain, and you cannot disobey his orders in battle. All of this was for the sake of fighting Soul Sacred City. If anyone dares to disobey the order, Qing Mang can kill them on the spot. Even if he is not killed, he will be judged and punished when he returns to fighting Soul Sacred City. Yes, except for Ling Xiao. Everyone else felt that there was no problem with this. They felt that Lu Qingmang was the strongest among them, so it was normal for them to focus on supporting her. However, Ling Xiao treated Di Tuotian's words as a fart. No one was so protective of their disciple. He didn't want to violate the rules of fighting Soul Sacred City, but Di Tuotian had gone too far. He wasn't a fool. He would listen to anything. Let's go. Lord Angel may appear at any time. Perhaps she is already secretly monitoring us. Di Tuotian waved his hand. Di Ying nodded and led the 20 people to set off. Lu Qingmang followed closely behind. She had the air of a captain. Then it was the disciples of the Sacred Master and Di Ying. After that, it was the rest of the disciples. Ling Xiao followed at the back. He walked together with Zhan Long. Zhan Long liked Ling Xiao's personality and couldn't fit in with the small group of Sacred Master's disciples. Except for fighting Soul Sacred City, Di Ying took out a talisman. The talisman's spiritual energy was terrifying. It felt much stronger than the talismans Ling Xiao had. This is a teleportation talisman with fixed coordinates. The teleportation array can only be used once and can accommodate a maximum of 100 people. Be careful when the time comes. This teleportation array isn't as stable as a fixed one. After entering the teleportation space, you must think of a way to protect your body. Don't get sucked in by the spatial turbulence. At this moment, Di Ying really had the air of a leader. Golden City, where the hell are you? Ling Xiao looked around. He couldn't see any trace of Golden City. Even in fighting Soul Sacred City, he hadn't heard of Golden City. But he believed that that place was the pinnacle of the 4 great territories. As long as he could become a top warrior in Golden City, then he would definitely become a top warrior in the 4 great territories. This mission was just a small step. As long as he could complete it, it would be a big step. Northern Windstrong Country is the coldest place in the entire Golden Sky region. It's somewhat similar to the Western Kingdom's Shuiyu country, but there isn't much snow, and the wind is bone-chilling all year round. The wind is like a knife on the face. It's this strange environment that breeds the Great River Bandits. I don't care how you complete the mission, but remember, if anyone tarnishes the glory of fighting Soul Sacred City, If anyone tarnishes the glory of Golden City, don't blame me for being impolite. Saying this, Di Ying opened a teleportation gate. From the teleportation gate, one could see the scene of the raging wind on the other side. It really wasn't a place for people to live. It was no wonder that northern wind-strong country had the smallest population among the 4 great territories. But the strength of the warriors wasn't weak. In this kind of environment, it was still very tempering. After passing through here, we will arrive about 100 kilometers away from the temporary stronghold of the Great River Bandits. It's a remote place. Generally, there won't be any danger. But recently, warriors from the Heavenly Demon Ghost territory would appear in northern wind-strong country from time to time. Then we have to be very careful. The Heavenly Demon Ghost territory is one of the 9-star heavenly realms. It's very powerful and is not inferior to our Golden Sky region at all. Because the Heavenly Demon Ghost territory has repeatedly invaded our Golden Sky region, Golden City has sent a team to the Heavenly Demon Ghost territory to investigate. The leader is the Golden Scripture Princess. But until now, there hasn't been any news. Instead, there are frequent sightings of Heavenly Demon Ghost territory warriors plundering northern wind-strong country. After all, the exit of the Heavenly Demon Ghost territory is there. Golden Scripture? Hearing this name, Ling Xiao instantly thought of the girl he had met before. That girl who had mastered many secret techniques. Later, she was taken away by Golden Sky region's expert Huang Jinrufeng. The Divine Scripture was one of his earliest friends. Their relationship was even better than his relationship with his sister Ling Jiaojiao. One of the reasons he came to Golden Sky region was to see how the Divine Scripture was doing. Hearing Di Ying's words, he was a little worried. The Divine Scripture actually went to the Heavenly Demon Ghost territory, and there was no news of her. Could something have happened? Ling Xiao, especially you. Suddenly, Di Ying pointed out his name and said, "You like to cause trouble the most." Chapter 40:15. Hearing Di Ying's words, Ling Xiao completely ignored him. At this time, he was still thinking about the Golden God Codex. His sister, Ling Jiaojiao, had followed the Golden God Codex and Huang Jinrufeng to the Golden Sky region. He wondered how she was doing now. Could it be that she had followed the Divine Codex to the Sky Fiend Ghost region? As a sister, Ling Jiaojiao was still qualified. She had protected Ling Xiao quite a bit in this life. Ling Xiao was very grateful to her and had deep feelings for her. Humph, if the Sky Fiend Ghost region dares to hurt the Divine Codex or my sister, I can't kill them. Ling Xiao snorted. He didn't care about the Sky Fiend Ghost region. If they dared to provoke him, he would fight back. Could it be that he was like a son of a bitch who didn't dare to do anything when others were bullying him? Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't say anything, Di Ying thought that Ling Xiao had learned his lesson. He didn't say anything else. This was Fighting Soul's sacred city, and it was very likely that Green Lotus Swordswoman was secretly supervising. He definitely didn't dare to make a move easily. If he wanted to make a move, he had to confirm Green Lotus Swordswoman's location first. Let's go. Di Ying lifted his foot and was the first to walk into the portal. Portals and teleportation arrays had almost become standard in the 4 major regions. Because the 4 major regions were really too big. It wasn't impossible to travel by flying, but it was too time-consuming. For martial artists, time was cultivation. It was very precious, and no one was willing to waste it easily. Everyone stepped into the teleportation gate and immediately felt a terrifying tearing force. Except for Ling Xiao, everyone else had to use their vital essence to resist. And Ling Xiao could guarantee that there wouldn't be any problems just by relying on the strength of his physical body. Everything went black. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the exit on the other side. This place was indeed remote. It was simply desolate and uninhabited. However, there was a city located 200 kilometers away. That was the temporary stronghold of the Great River Bandits. It was also a city that they had recently occupied. These guys were very crafty. This city was easy to defend and hard to attack, and a large number of array mechanisms were set up. If they didn't have spies sneaking into the city, they wouldn't have been able to take it. It would not be so easy for others to take back more cities. The weather here is really bad. Although there's no rain or snow, the cold wind keeps blowing. I'm afraid it's hard for ordinary people to survive. Ling Xiao looked around. The cold wind was like a knife cutting everyone's body. Everyone else chose to circulate their true essence to protect their bodies, fearing that the cold wind would hurt their skin. Ling Xiao still didn't do anything. The black tortoise physique was equivalent to a peak 7th Order Emperor realm physique. Di Ying would have to use all of his true essence to reach this level of defense. Let's split into two groups. Qing Meng, you will lead the disciples of the Sacred Leader Palace. Let's go with the rest of us. Just as they were about to set off, Di Ying started assigning tasks. There were exactly 10 disciples in the Sacred Leader Palace. There were also 10 people left. There was no problem in splitting into two teams. All right. This was exactly what Lu Qingmong wanted, although he really wanted to kill Ling Xiao. At this stage, the mission was more important. It wouldn't be too late to make a move when the last quest was almost over. Ling Xiao could be used as cannon fodder at a critical moment. The two teams then split up. However, Zhanlong didn't leave. He didn't want to move with someone like Lu Qingmong. Instead, he wanted to move with Ling Xiao. Lu Qingmong couldn't be bothered with him. The 9 of them left. The remaining 11 people headed toward the city under Di Ying's lead. There are only 20 people. Our forces are already spread out, and we still have to split up. I really don't know what Di Ying is thinking. Ling Xiao didn't care, but according to common sense, splitting up was a very unwise thing to do. Don't say any more. He's the leader. We can't control what he wants to do. Anyway, when the mission officially begins, he won't be able to participate. When the time comes, it'll be up to us. Zhanlong lowered his voice. Ling Xiao nodded. Among these people, only Zhanlong was on his side. Perhaps Daisy would believe him. However, most people didn't have a good impression of him. But he didn't care. He would never force others to accept him. If they didn't like him, then so be it. Just like that, Di Ying and the other 9 disciples walked in front. They were talking and laughing as if they were here for a vacation. Ling Xiao and Zhanlong were lagging far behind. If they stayed with these idiots, they would sooner or later be tricked. Of course, those idiots didn't take him seriously. They all thought he was a newbie, and his strength was weak. He had just joined the Fighting Soul Sacred City a few days ago, and he was already qualified to participate in the ranking battle, and his cultivation was only at the peak 4th Divine Core realm. He was just a burden, a guy who would drag them down. As for killing Zhang Ruofeng and Tai Yu, they didn't see it with their own eyes, so they didn't believe it. They thought the rumor was fake. Among the 9 disciples following Di Ying, 5 of them were at the peak 5th Divine Core realm. The other 3 were at the peak 6th Divine Core realm. Only one of them had broken through to the early 7th Divine Core realm when they were passing through the portal. She was a girl of few words. She was wearing a red dress, and she had a cold expression on her face. Although she was walking in front, she would occasionally turn around and look at Ling Xiao and Zhanlong. Perhaps even she thought these chatty guys weren't reliable. As for the 3 Peak 6 Divine Core warriors, they were also 3 girls. It had to be said that in this group, if Ling Xiao and Zhanlong weren't included, there were more females than males in this group. These 3 girls were obviously very smart. They knew how to show off their charm and how to win the hearts of others. The 5 male warriors were completely infatuated with them. Even if they had to die for them, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. Zhu Xiaohan, why aren't you saying anything? One of the 3 girls suddenly turned around and asked the girl in red. The girl in red didn't respond. Instead, she turned around and left. She walked up to Ling Xiao and Zhan Long, then she stopped. You're quite curious. None of them like Ling Xiao, but you took the initiative to approach him. Zhan Long looked at Zhu Xiaohan and said with a smile on his face, I think you guys are more reliable. Zhu Xiaohan didn't say much, but she had hit the nail on the head. Following reliable people was always easier to survive. Reliable, but some people think I'm a burden. Ling Xiao let out a mocking laugh. He could kill all 8 of them in just one breath. But for now, he didn't have such thoughts. After all, there wasn't any deep hatred between them. There was no need for him to kill them. That's because they're stupid. Zhu Xiaohan said, This girl was quite interesting. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. It was rare to have such a smart and strong girl following him. His mood had become much better. 200 kilometers might be a long distance for ordinary people, but for Divine Core warriors like them, it was nothing. It would take them at most 1 day to arrive. Chapter 40:16. It took only 1 day to arrive, and that was considering the fact that some of them were too slow. If it was just Ling Xiao himself, it would have taken him about an hour to arrive. Who was the real burden here? Half a day had passed, because they had to circulate their true yuan to protect themselves from the cold. Many people began to breathe heavily. They had consumed too much of their true yuan, and their physical strength couldn't hold on any longer. Only Ling Xiao didn't seem to be affected at all. He was coldly and vigilantly checking out his surroundings. He didn't need to consume any true yuan. He only needed to consume his physical strength. Plus, his physical strength was extremely strong. He had only walked for half a day, and the consumption was too little for him. With his physical strength, even if he traveled for 3 days and 3 nights, he wouldn't be out of breath. This was the benefit of having a strong physical body. Looking at Ling Zhao's calm expression, the 8 warriors in front of him couldn't believe what they were seeing. They were even unhappy about it. Damn it, that Ling Xiao has some kind of magical item on him. Why isn't he out of breath after walking for so long? Doesn't he need to protect himself from the cold? A male disciple said in a displeased manner, Magical item? Perhaps, but I feel that his physical body is still stronger than mine. Along the way, I've observed him a few times, but I didn't see him using any true yuan to protect himself from the cold. That's why he's much more comfortable than us. The one who spoke was a girl. Her name was Ningdi, and she was a Peak 6 Divine Core warrior. Her eyesight was pretty good as well. At first, she despised Ling Xiao like the others. But now, she had started to admire him. Ningdi was a gentle and quiet girl, and she was a rational person. Perhaps she was the one who could keep her cool, the most amongst the 3 Peak 6 Divine Core warriors. She also had a gentle look. Ningdi, don't tell me you've fallen in love with that guy. Speaking of which, that guy is not bad-looking. He's manly and handsome. But in my opinion, he's just pretending to be fat, and he's really tired. He's just pretending to be handsome so that he can seduce our good little sister, Zhu Xiaohan. The girl who laughed was slightly older than the others. She looked about 28 years old. She had matured a little. That was why she looked so charming and enchanting. Those men clearly preferred to stay with her because she was charming enough. This woman's name was Mo Bai Lian, and it was rumored that many successful people in Battle Soul Sacred City had an affair with her. Of course, there was no evidence. Billion, it seems like the rumors are true. You really know men. However, in my opinion, that Ling Xiao is not pretending. He's been ignoring us all this time. Even if you're bewitching, it's useless. I'm also cultivating a body-refining martial skill, so I can sense that although he is only at the perfect fourth divine core realm, he is still at the perfect fourth divine core realm. However, he should have cultivated a sixth order emperor class body refinement martial skill. The last one to speak was Chen Xiuji. She was obviously the strongest of the three girls and was known as the female Vajra. He wasn't that good looking. However, his strength was not to be underestimated. He was the strongest of the three. She was also the most straightforward one. She hated Ling Xiao because she felt that Ling Xiao was not qualified to participate in the ranking battle. Since Ling Xiao had displayed his formidable strength, her dislike for him had greatly decreased. TSK, you two were conquered by his manliness so quickly? Useless. Mo Bai Lian said with disdain. Him? He can't even catch up with my big brother Qing Mang. Actually, Blue Sky Yellow Springs is not bad either. All of them are stronger than Ling Xiao. That's about it, Di Ying suddenly said. Listen up, you guys have to walk your own path. I've just received a message from the angel, and if I continue to walk with you guys, I'll be breaking the rules. Points will be deducted, and everyone will be deducted. Therefore, I have to leave now. Take care of yourself. This is an extremely difficult mission, and if you don't think you're qualified to complete it, just give up. Your life is more important than the mission. Stay alive, and you can continue to improve. If you die, you'll lose everything. After saying that, Di Ying quickly disappeared. Ling Xiao threw his gaze in a certain direction. This man should still be nearby, but Sword Lady Qing Lian was nowhere to be seen. Ling Xiao felt that perhaps he was still not strong enough. That was why he couldn't see her. After all, Sword Lady Qing Lian was even stronger than the Sacred Lord of War Soul Sacred City. What do we do? As soon as Di Ying left, everyone seemed to have lost their backbone, and they panicked. One of the male disciples couldn't help but ask, It's fine. Rest up first, then we'll continue on our way. Our mission this time was extremely secretive, and we shouldn't have been discovered. We'll make a decision after we reach the city. Ningdi was still calm. The disciples of the 3,000 sacred cities weren't spoiled, and they often carried out missions like this. They all had a certain amount of killing experience, although they couldn't compare to Ling Xiao at all. But they weren't bad. Yes, rest well, and we'll be able to fight better. Chen Xiuji nodded. With these two speaking up, the panicked atmosphere gradually calmed down. After all, it wasn't the time to be in danger. The real danger would probably wait until they reached the city. Set off immediately. We can't stay here any longer. Suddenly, Ling Xiao walked over and said, after all, they were on the same journey, so he reminded them. What a joke, why can't we stay? Nothing much happened just now. Mo Billion looked at Ling Xiao and said disdainfully, If you want to leave, then leave. Don't blindly give orders. When did it become your turn to speak here? Billion, let's listen to what he has to say. Ningdi frowned. Along the way, her impression of Ling Xiao had changed a lot. She always felt that Ling Xiao was very calm and cautious. Since he asked them to leave, there must be some trouble. I think so too. Chen Xiuji also said, If you want to listen, then listen. In any case, I'm not leaving. You guys go over there and get some firewood. I'll have a good night's sleep tonight and set off tomorrow. Mo Billion became even more excited. She seemed to feel that Ningdi and Chen Xiuji had been won over by Ling Xiao, which made her very uncomfortable. Those 5 men were also useless. They were actually mesmerized by Mo Billion and really went to get firewood. Di Ying was here just now, so there was no danger. But in fact, from the moment I stepped into Beifeng Nation's territory, I already felt that I was being watched. Di Ying's departure will cause those people to bare their fangs. That's all, let's go. After saying this, Ling Xiao walked forward. Zhanlong and Zhu Xiaohan followed. Chen Xiuji and He Ningdi hesitated for a while and tried to persuade Mobilian. But in the end, they didn't succeed and could only follow. You two little bitches, if you want to chase, then chase. It just so happens that those 5 can be ordered around by this old lady. Mobilian sneered. Ding. Trigger an unforeseen event. Protect fellow sect members. You can get a maximum of 100 points. Suddenly, a sound came from Ling Zhao's ring. Chapter 4017. This ring was given to everyone by Di Tuotian before they set off. He said it was a very important ring that was related to the mission, but he didn't expect it to have such an effect. It could actually trigger an unforeseen event and let the martial artist complete it. Everyone had a ring, but Ling Xiao carefully observed that the others didn't hear such a reminder. He should be the only one who triggered the event. Perhaps it was because he found the enemy. Ling Xiao originally planned to leave. Since Mo Bai Lian wanted to die, why should he meddle in other people's business? But it seemed that it was better to stay. He didn't know what 100 points meant, but it was better than nothing. Thinking of this, he suddenly stopped. Everyone stay here and hide. After speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared. Damn, he actually has this move. It's even better than Ghost Li's invisibility. There's no aura at all. Zhanlong was shocked. What is he doing? Zhu Xiaohan asked. Saving people. This brat is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. He has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Seeing his fellow disciples in danger, it's impossible for him to not save them. Let's stay here and observe the situation. When it's time to act, we'll act. Zhanlong's words were wrong. Ling Xiao had a sharp tongue, but a sharp heart. He didn't have the slightest sympathy for Mo Bai Lian and the 5 male disciples. It was purely for the points. The bonfire was already lit. Mo Bai Lian ate the fresh beast meat under the care of the 5 male disciples. The meat roasted by this beast was very effective for martial artists' chi and stamina recovery. A bunch of idiots. I already said there wouldn't be any danger. This place is at least 100 miles away from the city. The river bandits can't ambush here. Mo Bai Lian sneered in her heart. Those idiots actually believed Ling Zhao's words. Their brains must have gone haywire. Senior sister is right. Let's rest enough and continue on our way. We'll definitely be ahead of them. A male disciple said with a smile. Sigh, if only I was with my male god. I wouldn't have to be so worried. The male god in Mo Bai Lian's heart was naturally Lu Qingmeng. It was a pity that she treated Lu Qingmeng as her male god, but Lu Qingmeng treated her like a fart. It was just the heat of the shaving. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow was shot. It was blocked by something in the darkness, causing it to deviate from its original trajectory and shoot into the bonfire. Sparks flew everywhere. This gave Mobilian and the others a fright. If the arrow had not deviated from its trajectory, it would have definitely shot into her head. Enemy attack. Get ready for battle. Mobilian's reaction was quite fast. Realizing that something was wrong, she hurriedly found a place to hide. The other party had bows and arrows, which was very troublesome. What a bunch of idiots. In the darkness, Ling Xiao gently shook his head. Just now, it was naturally him who had blocked the arrow. Otherwise, that arrow would have definitely taken Mobilian's life. There are 30 enemies in total. 5 perfect 6th Divine Core warriors and 10 late 6th Divine Core warriors. 15 perfect 5th Divine Core warriors. Good heavens, this lineup is truly perverted. No, there's another early Divine Core warrior hiding in the dark. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and observed the enemies. Because his ambush had failed and he had been discovered, the other party clearly wasn't willing to continue hiding. He was already rushing towards Mo Billion at full speed. Right at this moment, Mo Billion and the others finally saw the enemies. However, she only saw 30 men. All of them wore black clothes, and even their heads were wrapped in black cloth. It was very hard to spot them in the dark. "Who are you?" Mo Billion shouted with a stern voice. "We're warriors from the Golden Heavenly Nation who are here on a mission. If you're afraid of death, then get the hell out of here." This woman was really useless. The battle hadn't even started, and she had already revealed her true identity. Those few men were even more useless. They were hiding behind Mo Billion and trembling. They were indeed jackals of the same tribe. "Ha ha ha, Golden Heavenly Nation. I'm looking for warriors from the Golden Heavenly Nation." One of the men on the opposite side burst into laughter, as if he had found the right target and was feeling proud. "You're the Great River Bandits." Mo Billion was even more surprised. "Little girl, you have good eyes." "That's right, we're the Great River Bandits. I thought the Golden Heavenly Nation had sent some strong men here. I didn't expect it to be trash like you. Do you really think you can kill us, the Great River Bandits? You're even weaker than those from the Northern Wind Nation." The man laughed wildly. He didn't put Mo Billion in his eyes. "What should we do? Should we go help?" Qin Xiuji nervously asked John Long. "Don't act rashly. Even if we all go, we won't be able to stop so many people." John Long shook his head and said, "If we really want to make a move, we'll have to catch them off guard. Let's wait first." But how did this news leak out? Could it be that the Golden Heavenly Nation also has enemy spies? The question he was thinking about was also the question Ling Xiao was thinking about. Very few people knew the fixed coordinates of the teleportation array. In the end, they were targeted after just half a day. If it weren't for the existence of spies in the Golden Heavenly Nation, they would have been killed. If the Golden Heavenly Nation didn't have spies, then it must be related to Lu Qingmong and the others. But the answer to this question couldn't be confirmed now. What he needed to do now was to settle the matter in front of him first. He couldn't let anyone be killed. At this time, the Great River Bandits had already begun their attack. "Keep that bitch and bring her back for our brothers to enjoy." As for the other 5, they were all killed. But this number doesn't seem right. Didn't they say there were 11 other than Diying? That's 6 less. The murmurs of the Great River Bandits were clearly heard by Ling Xiao. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao was almost certain that Lu Qingmong and his men had betrayed them. If not, how would the Great River Bandits know the exact number of people on their side? Kill. All the Great River Bandits were cruel and merciless men, and each of them had taken a lot of lives. When they rushed over, their killing intent turned into a blood mist. Mo Billion and the other men were so scared that they immediately ran away. But could they run away? He had long been surrounded by people. No matter which direction they ran in, it was a dead end. Don't kill me. If you want to play, I'll play along with you. I don't want to die." Mo Billion had completely lost her mind. She was a peak 6th Divine Corps warrior. The strongest of the other party was only at this level, but she didn't even have the courage to fight and was about to surrender. Ignore that woman. Be careful of her tricks. Kill the other 5 men first, then we'll catch her. The leader of the Great River Bandits ordered. Understood. Perhaps there was no other way out. The 5 male disciples had already begun their fight. Being on the verge of death made them realize how precious life was. Even if they couldn't win, they would still fight to the death. But if they weren't strong enough, they weren't strong enough. In an instant, The 5 of them were covered in wounds, and they were forced into a small area. As for Mo Billion, she didn't even have the courage to fight. She just sat there, waiting for the fight to end. Chapter 40:18. The reason why Mo Billion didn't dare attack was because she didn't want to offend those great river bandits and kill her. Kill. Right at this moment, Zhanlong and the other men charged out. They had been waiting for Ling Xiao to attack, but until now, Ling Xiao still hadn't shown up. They couldn't wait any longer, so they took the lead and charged out. These people could be considered as loyal and affectionate. They could have run away, but now they came out to save them. Their sudden appearance caused the great river bandits to suffer a great loss. A few men were killed in an instant. It took them a long time to recover. But with Zhanlong and Zhu Shaohan, 2 early 7th Divine Corps warriors, joining the battle, the great river bandits couldn't escape. The great river bandits couldn't take advantage of the situation anymore. This is great. We don't have to die. The 5 male disciples who were covered in wounds felt extremely lucky. Don't relax. The battle isn't over yet. We're outnumbered, and our overall strength isn't strong enough. Zhanlong reminded, the perfect 6 Divine Corps warriors were able to fight Zhu Shaohan, who had just broken through to the 7th Divine Corps realm, to a draw. 3 perfect 6th Divine Corps warriors were able to surround Zhanlong. This was the benefit of the slaughter experience points. Every single great river bandits had climbed out from a pile of dead bodies. This was not something Zhu Shaohan and Zhanlong could compare with. Zhanlong was stronger, but Zhu Shaohan wasn't as strong. Chun Xiuji and He Ningdi were even weaker. The 2 of them had to work together to fight a perfect 6th Divine Corps warrior, but they were still at a disadvantage. As time passed by, Zhanlong was injured as well. Although he had killed a perfect 6th Divine Corps warrior with all his strength, he was still injured. One of his arms was chopped off as well. Chun Xiuji, Zhu Shaohan, and He Ningdi were all injured. Because of their injuries, the few pretty girls were screaming. This had aroused the ferocious nature of the great river bandits, causing them to become even more excited. They kept screaming. If this continued, it wouldn't take long before this group of men were all killed. Mo Billion, what are you doing? Hurry up and attack. Seeing Mo Billion still sitting there, Chun Xiuji anxiously shouted, "Attack what? This is a battle that we will definitely lose. If we provoke the great river bandits, none of us will be able to survive. I can sell my body, but I absolutely cannot die." Mo Billion wasn't grateful that these people came to save her. Instead, she had a complacent look on her face. It was as if what he had done was glorious. "Where's Ling Xiao?" Seeing Mo Billion not make a move, He Ningdi couldn't help asking. "I don't know." Zhanlong was also puzzled. Ling Xiao should have arrived a long time ago. Could it be that he had been watching the show from the sidelines? In fact, he was right. Ling Xiao was watching from the side. As long as no one died, it was only right to teach these people a lesson. Only then would they be grateful to him and listen to him. He wouldn't cause trouble for himself. It's about time. Let's teach them a lesson so that they'll learn their lesson. Ling Xiao felt that it was time for him to make a move. If he didn't make a move now, someone would really die. Go to hell. We don't need men. A great river bandit rushed towards Zhanlong, who had already lost an arm, and wanted to kill him directly. At this moment, Zhanlong was being besieged and could not resist at all. They could only close their eyes and wait for death. However, in the next moment, he heard a miserable scream. The moment he opened his eyes, the great river bandit that rushed towards him had already lost his head. And Ling Xiao was standing in front of him. "Eat this. It's been hard on you." Brother Zhanlong, among these people, the only one he felt guilty about was Zhanlong. Zhanlong was good to him. so he gave him a healing pill. Okay. Zhanlong didn't hesitate and swallowed the healing pill. His severed arm was reattached, and a moment later, it was healed. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already entered the three-headed hellhound beast soul transformation state. Moreover, he released Scorching Hell. Scorching Hell. He could take the initiative to attack the enemy and protect his own people. In the hell, fire snakes spewed out. Fire dragons circled. Fire elements constantly drilled out from the ground and attacked every enemy. This scene caused everyone to be endlessly shocked, especially Mo Billion and the others who looked down on Ling Xiao. Their eyes were wide open. Was this Ling Xiao's strength? This was too frightening. With just a single strike, he had completely changed the situation. If you have such ability, why didn't you do it earlier? Mo Billion said, unhappily. You better shut up, or else I'll kill you. Ling Xiao gazed at Mo Billion coldly. If it wasn't for the points, he wouldn't have helped her. Mo Billion was startled, and she quickly shut her mouth. Ling Xiao's gaze was like a ferocious beast, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Right at this moment, all the river bandits realized how powerful Jiang Qin was. Even the early 7th Divine Corps warrior who was hiding in the dark came out. He immediately charged towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't even look at him. He simply threw out a punch. Violent magma surged. The warrior was sent flying dozens of meters away. What? This scene shocked everyone even more. How did he do that? Chun Xiuji asked in surprise. You're asking me, how would I know? He Ningdi smiled bitterly. She thought she had overestimated Ling Xiao, but now she realized that she had underestimated him. In fact, she had underestimated him. The strength Ling Xiao had just displayed was too frightening. An early 7th Divine Corps warrior had been sent flying by a single punch, and it was obvious that the warrior was severely injured. Don't worry about the others. Attack together. Kill this guy. The early 7th Divine Corps warrior struggled to stand up. Then he shouted out with a stern voice. This single strike had made him realize how frightening Ling Xiao was. If they couldn't kill Ling Xiao, not only would their sneak attack fail, but they would also lose their lives. Even their little lives would be lost. Understood. Everyone gave up on their opponents and surrounded Ling Xiao. Zhanlong wanted to help, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao. No need, just focus on healing your injuries. The same goes for all of you, just watch. A bunch of trash, you think I'm a burden. Now, I'll show you who's the real burden. Bang. Slap. Ling Xiao didn't use a sword. He just fought with his bare hands. Both of his arms turned into the claws of a Cerberus. Every single punch and claw could kill an enemy. He didn't even try to dodge. He just walked towards the early 7th Divine Corps pirate. Obviously, he wanted to kill the pirate. So strong. Chun Xiuji murmured to herself. That's right. I think only the 4 legendary disciples of the Saint Lord can compare with him. He Ningdi said. Zhanlong was surprised as well. I thought he was strong enough to kill Deacon Bai, who is a peak 6th Divine Corps warrior. Who would have thought that an early 7th Divine Corps warrior wouldn't even be taken seriously by him? This guy, how strong is he? Aside from Zhanlong, all the others felt a burning sensation on their faces, as if they had just been slapped in the face. Monster! What a monster! All the pirates were scared. Their swords and blades hit Ling Xiao's body, and their attacks landed on Ling Xiao's body, but none of them had any effect. Chapter 4019. Are all the Great River Bandits trash? Ling Xiao threw back the words the Great River Bandits used to humiliate the Golden Heavenly Nation, but the Great River Bandits couldn't refute it. There were dozens of them attacking Ling Xiao from all sides, but they couldn't even hurt him. This was a little too unacceptable. Don't panic. We, the Great River Bandits, are invincible. Don't forget about our Great River Spirit. Everyone, transfer your energy to me. If you have the ability, don't hide. The early 7th Divine Corps warrior stood up. He unleashed his martial soul. Great River Spirit. It seemed to be the standard martial soul of every Great River Bandits. Ling Xiao even suspected that the Great River Bandits were the descendants of a certain race. If not, how could they have such a unified martial soul? There were 16 Great River Bandits left. All of them unleashed their martial souls. 16 Great River merged into one Great River. At this moment, the Great River became extremely turbulent. The frightening energy even blocked the wild winds in the surroundings. Come, become stronger. If not, how can your attacks help me improve? Ling Xiao stood there and laughed out loud. Right at this moment, he finally took out the Blood Sovereign Sword. The blood-red longsword was emitting a violent aura. It was like an ancient, ferocious beast that had escaped from its cage. Faint, ferocious roars could be heard echoing in the air. All the Great River Bandits were so scared that they couldn't help but tremble. Ling Xiao's aura was too frightening. Was he really an 18-year-old young man? Was he even more frightening than them, who were murderers? Don't be afraid. If you're afraid, you'll die. Hurry up, transfer all your energy to me. Success or failure depends on this. The early 7th Divine Corps warrior felt this was a great opportunity. Ling Xiao didn't choose to interrupt them. What an idiot! How could Ling Xiao possibly block their attacks if they were to gather all of their strength? Yes, at this moment, all the Great River Bandits were crazily transferring their energy to the 7th Divine Corps warrior. At the same time, the warrior was preparing his most powerful martial skill, a 7th Order Emperor martial skill. This move had caused many people to die at his hands. The might of this move could even reach the level of a 7th Order Emperor level martial skill if it gathered the strength of 17 people. He didn't believe that he could lose, although after using this move, he might be seriously injured. But as long as he didn't die, it would be considered a victory. After all, what happened today was too unexpected. Who would have thought that they would meet a weirdo like Ling Xiao? Brother Ling, can you do it? Zhanlong was a little worried. Among these people, he had the best relationship with Ling Xiao, so he was naturally the most worried. No problem. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "You have to be careful." Chen Xiuji couldn't help but ask. At this moment, her pretty face was as red as an apple, mainly because it was too embarrassing. They had previously mocked Ling Xiao and thought that Ling Xiao was a burden. But now, the truth was right in front of him. The burden was not Ling Xiao, but them. Zhu Xiaohan and He Ningdi were worried as well. Only Mo Billion couldn't help but say, since he likes to act tough, let him act tough. What does his death have to do with us? Slap. Right after she finished speaking, she was slapped on the face. It was Zhu Xiaohan who slapped her. How dare you slap me? Mo Billion was startled. You slapped me because of that trash. So what if I slapped you? If you keep talking nonsense, so what if I kill you? Zhu Xiaohan said coldly. You keep calling him trash. And who do you think you are? What do you think you are? You're just a piece of rat shit. Mo Billion looked at Zhu Xiaohan's cold eyes and opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't dare to say anything. Zhu Xiaohan was an early 7th Order Divine Corps warrior. She couldn't afford to offend her. Just you wait. Once I find Qing Meng, I'll definitely kill you all. Mo Billion viciously thought in her mind. Right at this moment, a frightening force erupted. Everyone turned to look at the scene in shock. The leader of the Great River Bandits had finally unleashed his attack. Like a raging river, he charged toward Ling Xiao. A huge gully was formed in the surrounding soil. All the plants were buried and shattered. Everyone held their breaths as they nervously watched the scene unfold. Right at this moment, even Mo Billion didn't want Ling Xiao to die. Although she hated Ling Xiao and despised Ling Xiao, once Ling Xiao died, she knew what her fate would be. As for the others, they didn't even need to think about it. They had placed all their bets on Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao died, they would die as well. He might even suffer humiliation that he had never experienced before. Zhan Long became anxious. He wanted to go over and help, but the frightening force made it impossible for him to go over. Even though they were dozens of meters away, they could still feel the frightening pressure. They were extremely nervous, but Ling Xiao's expression was calm. Compared to the ambush in the Valley of War Souls, this was nothing. It was nothing compared to the previous ambush. He couldn't help but admit that the opponent's attack was pretty good, but too bad. It still couldn't pose any threat to him. He raised his sword. The violent sword intent kept rising. His body also entered the beast soul transformation of the peerless heavenly rat. His strength skyrocketed once again. Innate celestial devil seal, myriad beasts returned to one. All the accumulated strength erupted in an instant. A violent sword seal was unleashed from the blood sovereign sword in his hand. The frightening, bloodthirsty demon beast's strength condensed into a sword beam. It roared furiously in the air. Boom! The two attacks collided in the air. A stalemate. After a moment, a frightening explosion could be heard from the ground. Immediately after, all 17 Great River Bandits were knocked down by the impact. The blood-red sword energy pierced through the opponent's attack and continued to move forward. The sword energy pierced through the bodies of 17 Great River Bandits. 16 of them died on the spot. This was because all of their true yuan had been given to the early 7th Divine Core warrior. Right now, they were powerless to resist. Just a slight attack would be enough to shatter their souls. Only the leader of the Great River Bandits was still struggling at death's door. There was a reason why Ling Xiao didn't kill him, because he wanted to know if Lu Qingmong and the others had betrayed them. Ling Xiao put away the blood sovereign sword. The battlefield was a mess. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, not knowing what to say. They were completely dumbfounded. Ding! You have saved everyone's life. You have obtained an extra 100 points, which will be added to your remaining points at the end. Hearing the voice, Ling Xiao smiled. At least he didn't do it for nothing. No matter what, he had obtained 100 points. This is a true warrior. This is a true man. Ningdi couldn't keep calm any longer. Her heart was pounding wildly. It was as if she had found the man of her dreams. I will only marry him in this life. Don't be a love-struck fool. How could a man like this not have a woman? Chen Xiuji sighed. Chapter 40:20. In this world where cultivators were the most respected, whoever was strong enough would have an endless supply of women by his side. I don't care. I've already decided on him. Even if he doesn't want me, I'll still be with him. In my eyes, even the Saint Lord's disciple can't compare with him. Ningdi was usually a calm girl, but today she couldn't control her emotions at all. How strong do you guys think he is? Of course, Zhan Long was more concerned about Ling Xiao's strength. He was able to instantly kill dozens of river bandits, and one of them was an early 7th Divine Core warrior. I think his strength is second only to Lu Qingmong. Even Bai Luo and Huang Quan are no match for him. If we work together, we might be able to fight him. Chen Xiuji said, after thinking for a moment. Stop joking. How can he be stronger than the Saint Lord's disciple? I think he's at Zhan Long's level. It's impossible for him to be stronger than that. Mo Billion couldn't control her mouth anymore. But this time, no one paid any attention to her. In everyone's mind, Ling Xiao's strength was second only to Lu Qingmong. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation was just too weak. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly walked over. He Ningdi hurriedly said, "Ling Xiao, thank you for saving us. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have survived. If it weren't for you, we might have all died. I hope you can forgive us for being disrespectful to you." "That's right, Ling Xiao, we were wrong," Chen Xiuji quickly said as well. However, Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to them. He walked straight towards Mo Billion. "What do you want?" Mo Billion was startled when she saw Ling Xiao walking towards her. She recalled what Ling Xiao said just now, and she was terrified. "What am I doing? Don't you understand?" Ling Xiao's cold eyes flickered. Since the mission was completed, there was no need for him to keep this woman alive. He could forgive He Ningdi, he could forgive Chen Xiuji, but this Mo Billion, he couldn't forgive her. Everyone was fighting. You were the only one who didn't want to fight. People like you are a disgrace to the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Today you must die, Ling Xiao said coldly. "Brother Ling, calm down. She does deserve to die, but if you kill her, the angels and the team leader will probably notice. It'll be bad for your score," Zhan Long hastily said. He also felt that Mo Billion deserved to die, but it was simply not a good opportunity to kill Mo Billion now. "I don't even need to do it myself." Ling Xiao smiled, and then suddenly dodged. At this moment, a sword light shot over and pierced through Mo Billion's body. The terrifying poison instantly corroded Mo Billion's Naiden. An enchanting and charming woman, in less than a minute, had actually done it. It turned into a pile of black water. The one who made the move was naturally the pirate who was still alive. Ling Xiao had two reasons for keeping him here. The first reason was that he wanted to get some information from him. Secondly, in order to kill Mo Billion, he didn't need to splash dirty water on himself. "Kill me," the pirate roared. "If I can't kill you, it'll be my failure." His target was actually Ling Xiao, but he didn't know that Ling Xiao had already noticed this. He was just waiting to use him. "Before killing you, I want to know something," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "If you answer obediently, I might let you die a little faster. Otherwise, your soul will perish in the most terrifying pain and despair." "Don't scare me. I'm not scared." The pirate leader still had some backbone. Ling Xiao was very clear that if he wanted to get information from him, he probably couldn't just threaten him. He had to find another way. Four-leaf demonic pupils. Soul assimilation. He hadn't used this move for a long time. The main reason was that every time he used it, there would be a backlash effect, making him dizzy. However, in order to figure out these things, it was definitely worth a try. As the soul assimilation was activated, the eyes of the Great River Bandit leader suddenly became hollow. It was as if he had fallen into some kind of illusion. His soul was suffering terrible torment in that illusion. So that's how it is. As the soul assimilation was activated, he learned all the secrets in the pirate leader's memory. The whole process only took 1 or 2 minutes. However, it consumed a lot of his soul. Ling Xiao even felt a headache. He sat there and rested for a while. The people next to him didn't dare to disturb him. They all stood there quietly and waited. They were afraid that if they disturbed Ling Xiao, it would cause irreparable consequences. If it was before, it would be impossible. Except for Zhan Long and Zhu Xiaohan, the previous 8 people didn't take him seriously at all. Now Mo Billion was killed. The rest of the people obeyed his every word and didn't even dare to resist. Not only because he was strong, but also because he didn't show any mercy. Mo Billion was killed without hesitation. Even Lu Qingmang might not be able to do this. After a while, Ling Xiao stood up. However, his face didn't look good. This task was much more difficult than he had imagined. There was an error in the information. The city they were heading to was a land of death. Not only were there a lot of traps set up, there were also enough explosives to kill all of them. Once they entered the city, the traps would be activated and the explosives would explode. None of them would be able to leave alive. This early 7th Divine Corps warrior had a high position in the Great River Bandits. Therefore, he knew a lot of information. In the imperial city of the Northern Wind Kingdom, there was a eunuch who was their spy. This eunuch was right next to the emperor. Therefore, he was very well informed. This time, the Northern Wind Kingdom was informed about the Golden Heavenly Kingdom's mission to exterminate the Great River Bandits, although the Northern Wind Kingdom had sealed off the news. Of course, this eunuch knew about it. As a result, the conspiracy this time was hatched, and the matter of them being betrayed was done by Ghost Lee. Ghost Lee was a member of the Great River Bandits. He had been a spy in the Fighting Soul Saint City for many years, and this was the first time he was officially activated. With that, everything made sense. As for those Great River Bandits, they had all returned to their nest. A grand sacrificial ceremony was going to be held. The sacrificial ceremony was for a guy called the Great River God. Rumor had it that the sacrificial ceremony was held once every 10 years. A total of 100,000 people would be sacrificed each time. The reason why they raided the cities was not only to steal treasures, but also to capture these people and use them as sacrificial offerings. Every 10 years, as long as the sacrificial ceremony was held for the Great River God, a miracle would be created. It would allow all the warriors of the Great River Bandits to improve their cultivation by leaps and bounds and give birth to countless geniuses. This was the secret behind the Great River Bandits' growth. 100 years had passed, and the sacrificial ceremony had been held 10 times, killing more than 1 million people. What was the point of keeping such a brutal organization alive? Although Ling Xiao wasn't a hero, his goal was to unify the Great River Bandits. But his great ambition was to unify the profound world. So if everyone was killed, what was the point of ruling it? Chapter 40:21. We're not going to the city. Ling Xiao suddenly said. Why? Zhan Long asked confusedly. Although none of them dared question Ling Xiao's decision, they wanted to know the reason as well. Obviously, Zhan Long was the most suitable person to ask. That city is just a trap. There are tons of explosives buried inside. Explosives that can kill a Divine Corps warrior. Once we go in, we won't be able to come out again. Ling Xiao answered, You have 3 choices now. First, continue to the city. Second, follow me to the real river bandits' nest. Third, give up on the exam. There was a huge accident in this exam, and the Golden City might have miscalculated. We give up. The 5 male disciples who followed Mo Billion just now sighed. They were seriously injured, and they couldn't help at all. They might even become a burden. Plus, they were frightened by the previous battle. They didn't have the confidence to continue. Just like what Diying said, giving up was also a choice. At least they could save their lives. They could come back when they were stronger. The method of giving up was simple. They just needed to insert their soul force into the ring on their finger and tell them to give up. This process would last for about 3 minutes. If they weren't interrupted, they would be teleported back to the Fighting Soul Sacred City. You've made a wise choice. The enemy is stronger than we thought, and if you insist on following them, you'll only become a burden. Ling Xiao didn't think these people were cowards. Instead, he thought they were very sensible. After 3 minutes, the 5 of them all disappeared. Zhan Long, Zhu Xiaohan, He Ningdi, and Chen Xiuji decided to listen to Ling Xiao's arrangement. Brother Ling, just tell us what to do. We'll follow your lead. Zhan Long said. The other 3 nodded their heads. All right, follow me. Ling Xiao had obtained the exact location of the river bandits' nest from the dead river bandits. The location was the same as the location of the beast god's blood on the sheepskin scroll. However, the map on the sheepskin scroll was more detailed. It even recorded the exact location of the beast god's blood. Interestingly, 2 hours later, they actually met up with another team of 9 people. He was surprised to see that Ling Xiao and the others were still alive. Ghostly was obviously very surprised. This spy of the pirates would never have thought that so many pirates would be killed instead. "You didn't die?" Ghostly frowned and asked, "What? Are you upset that we didn't die?" Ling Xiao sneered. "It's not that I'm depressed, but I'm just surprised," Ghostly said indifferently. From his initial surprise to his calmness, Ghostly's reaction was really fast. "Ghostly, why are you wasting your breath on him? The team leader and the angel aren't here. Kill Ling Xiao first," Bai Luo said coldly. He felt that this was an excellent opportunity. Even if the leader and the angel were secretly observing them, they couldn't possibly follow them all the time. Through their divine senses, they did not discover any cultivators within a radius of 1 kilometer. "Shut up!" Lu Qingmong shouted sternly. "We are all from the same sect. Killing each other is a taboo." This Lu Qingmong was indeed much more cunning than Bai Lu. He obviously knew that Di Ying and the Green Lotus Swordswoman were nearby. If it was just Di Ying, it wouldn't matter. But the Green Lotus Swordswoman had a special relationship with Ling Xiao. If they fought, the Green Lotus Swordswoman might interfere. He couldn't take this risk. Anyway, there were many ways to kill Ling Xiao. He didn't have to do it himself. It was better to let the pirates kill Ling Xiao. "Yes, senior brother." Bai Lu hurriedly lowered his head. Lu Qingmong looked gentle, but he was crueler and more vicious than anyone else. He didn't dare to provoke him. "Since everyone has gathered, then let's do the next operation together." Lu Qingmong glanced at Ling Xiao and the others and found that a few people were missing. He couldn't help but ask, "Where's Mo Billion?" 6 people were missing, but he only asked about Mo Billion. It seemed that there was some unspeakable secret between Lu Qingmong and Mo Billion. "Dead," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Who killed them?" Lu Qingmong asked. "The pirates." Ling Xiao replied with the same indifferent tone. "Humph, I think it was you who killed them." Ghostly said in an eerie manner, "What a joke. When Mo Billion died, all of them were there. If you don't believe me, just ask them. Besides, what right do you have to question me?" Ling Xiao stared at Ghostly. Since he knew that Ghostly was a spy from the Great River Bandits, he wouldn't let him go. But Lu Qingmong wouldn't let him kill Ghostly either. That was why he didn't attack immediately. It was indeed a Great River Bandits who killed them. He was an early 7th Divine Corps warrior. We were surrounded by over 30 Great River Bandits. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they would all be dead. Chun Xiuji explained. "That's right." The others nodded their heads as well. "What did you guys get from him? Why are you all speaking up for him? How could he kill a 7th Divine Corps warrior? Doesn't that mean he's stronger than me and Huang Quan?" Bai Lu was extremely unhappy. "Enough. Since they all testified, there shouldn't be any problems. Ling Xiao, please go to the city and scout it out for us. Check the layout of the city. We'll be there soon." Lu Qingmong pretended to be a fair person and said. Hearing this, Ling Xiao and the others had strange expressions on their faces. "Senior disciple Lu, you still don't know? That city is a trap. There are tons of explosives buried underground, more than enough to kill all of us." He Ningdi said, "Who told you that? How could the news from the Northern Wind Kingdom be wrong?" Ghostly hastily said, "I told you." Ling Xiao glanced at Ghostly. This guy was really eager to lead them into the trap, and then kill them all in one fell swoop. It looked like Lu Qingmang was also kept in the dark. That seventh divine core, great river bandit, told me. Ha ha ha. You believe the words of a great river bandit? Stupid. Eldest senior disciple. Don't listen to him. Let's hurry up and leave. Although the mission has a deadline of 1 month, the earlier we complete it, the higher the evaluation. Bai Lu didn't believe Ling Zhao's words at all. She just kept mocking and ridiculing. That's right, eldest senior disciple. Are you really going to believe this guy? Huang Quan said. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. Am I supposed to beg you to believe it? Ridiculous. After Ling Zhao finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. Close. Putting aside the question of whether Huang Mu was better than Qiao Ao, although with Lu Qingmang around, it would be much easier for him to complete this mission. But since she wasn't willing, why should he waste his time? I'll go with you. Zhan Long followed behind. Zhu Xiaohan, Chen Xiuji, and He Mingdi followed behind. All 4 of them had witnessed how strong Ling Zhao was with their own eyes. Furthermore, they believed that Ling Zhao's judgment wouldn't be wrong. Stop, Lu Qingmang said with a cold voice. Before we left fighting Soul Saint City, the Saint Lord had told us that the mission is to be carried out. Since the leader is not here, we have to listen to his orders. Chapter 40:22. Ling Zhao stopped and looked back at Lu Qingmang with disdain in his eyes. First, you're not chosen as the leader. It's Di Tuotian's decision. I don't accept it. Second, you want to lead everyone into the fire pit. I don't want to die, so I have to leave. Third, so what if I disobey? Are you going to kill me now, or let that idiot Di Tuotian do it? You're crazy. You dare to insult the Lord. Lu Qingmang's face was very ugly. So what if I insult him? What an idiot. He actually took the great river bandit as his disciple. If this mission fails, he won't be able to escape punishment. Ling Zhao coldly said, Great river bandit? Who's the great river bandit? Speak clearly, Lu Qingmang sternly asked. It's him. Ling Zhao pointed at Ghost Li and said, You're a smart person. I believe that from his actions, you should be able to see some clues. I'm too lazy to explain anything. Let's go. After that, Ling Zhao left with Zhan Long and the rest. Hinajika gave a deep look, but she didn't choose to follow. Her goal was to be a spy by Di Tuotian's side, and then kill him. She had to gain the trust of Lu Qingmang and the rest. Even if she wanted to leave, she couldn't. Ghost Li, although Lu Qingmang hated Ling Zhao, he did notice some of Ghost Li's unruly behavior. He didn't think about it before, but now that he thought about it, this Ghost Li's actions were very suspicious. Big senior brother, you don't really believe that kid's words, right? I'm a disciple of the Lord with you. After so many years, I've never done anything bad to you or the Lord. Don't be deceived by a villain, Ghost Li said with a pained expression. Big senior brother, this is your team. That Ling Zhao clearly wants us to fight among ourselves. We can't let him succeed. Bai Lu also said, Ghost Li, go investigate the situation in the city and report back. Lu Qingmang glanced at Ghost Li and said, Yes, this place was actually very close to the city. It would take at most an hour to reach the city and 2 hours to go back and forth. They could afford to wait. After Ghost Li left, Lu Qingmang looked at Bai Luo and said, Follow him. Don't let him discover you. Bai Luo frowned, but still did as she was told. At this time, it was better to be careful. About an hour later, the city in front of them suddenly exploded. A series of explosions rang out, and the ground shook. It seems that what that Ling Zhao said was true, Lu Qingmang said coldly. After waiting for a while, Bai Luo and Ghost Li returned. However, one of Ghost Li's arms was already crippled. It was blown away by the explosion. "Good brother, I have wronged you." Lu Qingmong glanced at Ghostly. In his mind, if Ghostly was really a member of the Great River Bandits, he would have lured them all into the city without getting injured. Ling Zhao's words were a mix of truth and falsehood. He was definitely trying to sow discord. It's good that eldest senior brother understands. Gui Li is willing to sacrifice his life for eldest senior brother, no matter the cost. Ghostly bowed. "Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's follow Ling Zhao's footsteps. That should be the true nest of the Great River Bandits." After saying that, Lu Qingmong took the lead and rushed out. Everyone followed, closely behind. Ghost Li's eyes flashed with coldness and viciousness. "Lu Qingmong, you caused me to lose an arm, and I don't know when it will grow back. This time, I will definitely make sure you die, without a complete corpse." Although the ruse of self-injury was a very common strategy, it was often very effective. Ghost Li, had not betrayed War's soul-sacred city for so many years. Lu Qingmong would not think that he was a spy just because of Ling Zhao's words. In addition, the smarter Lu Qingmong was, the easier it was for him to be self-righteous. He would make a wrong judgment. The chase lasted for 2 hours. Lu Qingmong still did not catch up to Ling Zhao's group. However, he still found the nest of the Great River Bandits. The one who found the entrance was Ghost Li. Ghost Li was proficient in evading shadow. Not only could he hide, but his eyes could also see things hidden. The nest of the Great River Bandits was actually built in a mass grave. After one of the graves was opened, one would be able to enter directly. Because the aura in the mass grave was very complicated, soul power was not very useful here. This was the key reason why the Great River Bandits had not been discovered. If Ghost Li did not find the entrance, others would not be able to find it. "Senior brother, in order to prove my innocence, I am willing to go down and check it out." Ghost Li volunteered. "No need, let's go down together." Lu Qingmong no longer had any doubts about Ghost Li. After all, they had been brothers for more than 10 years. After thinking about it, rather than believing in Ling Zhao, it was better to believe in Ghost Li. In addition, Ling Zhao was nowhere to be seen. He was worried that Ling Zhao would steal his credit, so he was eager for quick success. So much so that even his brain was not as sharp as it usually was. Ghost Li jumped down. Everyone followed him in. Under the grave, there was indeed a deep passage that led inside. There were some traces in the passage. Clearly someone had walked through it. It can't be wrong. This is the stronghold of the Great River Bandits. Bai Luo observed carefully and said with certainty. Everyone had an excited expression on their faces. This time, it's all thanks to senior brother Ghost Li. We are going to make a big contribution. One of them said excitedly, "Let's hurry. Don't let Ling Zhao's team get ahead of us. Let's go." Lu Qingmong and Ghost Li walked at the front. Bai Luo and Huang Quan brought up the rear. In the middle was Hinajiku, Di Hongyan, Di Hongxiu, Qinyu, and a Holy Lord disciple. When they were splitting the teams, Lu Qingmong originally wanted to take all the Holy Lord disciples. But when they left, they changed it. Di Ying's 3 disciples followed Lu Qingmong and replaced the 3 Holy Lord disciples. Among the 3 Holy Lord disciples, one was Mo Bai Lian, the other 2 were Zhu Shaohan and a male disciple. The male disciple had already left, and Mo Bai Lian was killed. The only one left alive was Zhu Shaohan, but Zhu Shaohan and Zhan Long were willing to follow Ling Zhao as Holy Lord disciples. This infuriated Lu Qingmong greatly. But no matter how angry he was, it was useless. Ling Zhao didn't care about him. After walking for about half an hour, the passage became more and more spacious. Unexpectedly, an underground palace had appeared. Right at the moment they let him in. Clang! An iron fence fell from the direction they came from. They blocked their way out. Clang, clang, clang. The next moment, there were a few more explosions. All directions were blocked off. They were like turtles in a jar, completely caught in the trap. Not good, it's a trap. Ghostly shouted, "Everyone be careful!" Following his voice, close to 100 great river bandits came out from the four paths. They were all dressed in the same style. Others thought that Ghostly shouted because he noticed danger. Chapter 40:23. Ha 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 ha. I never expected the disciples of the Golden Heavenly Nation to be so stupid and reckless. Think about it. Even if you found the real stronghold of the great river bandits, don't you think we'll set up traps here? A loud laughter sounded out. A warrior with a long sword walked out from the crowd. He was an early 7th Divine Corps warrior. Eldest senior disciple, it's all my fault. I was too careless. If I was more careful, this wouldn't have happened. Ghostly said regretfully, "You think this wouldn't have happened if you were more careful? Stop joking. As long as you dare to come here, no matter how careful you are, you will trigger traps. Our great river bandits were nearly wiped out 100 years ago in order to prevent the same tragedy from happening again. Our young master went to the Mechanism Grandmaster to learn about mechanisms and the Formation Grandmaster to learn about formations. In 100 years, this place is like an iron wall. This is why we're so confident," the man with the long sword said with a mocking tone. "Oh, right, let me introduce myself. My name is Neo-Air. I'm also rude. I like women the most." Hearing this, Hinajiku, Chunyu, and Huang Quan all shuddered. They were all women if they were going to die. It would be worse than being humiliated. That feeling wasn't pleasant at all. "Don't panic. It's just an iron fence. Just destroy it." Lu Qingmeng said coldly. Amongst these people, he was the only one who remained calm. "That's right. Eldest senior disciple is right. This is just a trap. Destroying it is as easy as flipping our hand." Bai Luo slowly calmed down as well. Although they had fallen into a trap, they weren't dead yet. As long as they weren't dead, they still had a chance. He coldly harumphed. Then he suddenly slammed his palm onto the iron fence next to him. His palm was covered by a green energy. This was the ability given to him by his martial soul. It was a very corrosive gas. Even a premium Heavenly King weapon would be corroded by it. Idiots are idiots. Do you think that's just some ordinary steel? That's the great river steel our young master spent 100 years to create. Even an immortal grade, Heavenly King weapon can't destroy it. Not to mention your normal attack. Neo-Air mocked. It was as if he was admiring an animal in the zoo. He didn't have any intention of stopping them from destroying the fence. Instead, he was happily watching the show from the side. He liked to see his prey's despair. That would really make people feel very comfortable. Despicable. He only knew how to use such despicable methods. "If you have the guts, let us out and we'll fight it out." Bai Luo snapped, after trying for a long time. He still couldn't break the fence open. He realized that the man named Neo-Air was telling the truth. Although he didn't know what great river steel was, he was sure that it was an extraordinary material. It was truly difficult for them to break open this thing. Ha! Are the warriors of the Golden Heavenly Nation so naive and stupid? Despicable. In this world, in order to survive, people can do anything. Niuer said sarcastically, "Yes, one-on-one, I may not be the opponent of the strongest among you, but I really don't care about the others. Why don't you think about it? We, the great river bandits, have been standing strong for 100 years. Do you think you can destroy us with just a few pieces of trash?" It was truly wishful thinking. How laughable. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Don't think that you'll be fine just because you're trapped. Our mechanisms are a complete set. Next, you will have a taste of all kinds of attacks. Perform to your heart's content and make me happy." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, dozens of small holes opened up on the wall inside the fence. Sharp rays of light shot out from the small holes. "Everyone be careful!" Lu Qingmong roared as the long sword in his hand trembled. The green sword light enveloped everyone. Countless sharp lights shot out. They were all blocked by his sword light. Not bad. You should be the most powerful one among this group of people. Unfortunately, you can block these arrows, but can you block other things? Seeing Lu Qingmong's performance, Niuer was indeed a little surprised. But other than surprise, there was disdain. Although Lu Qingmong's strength was very strong, it was still within his expectations. He wasn't too surprised. "Humph! Although my sword is only a treasure-grade, heavenly king artifact, but it might be able to break open this cage." Lu Qingmong snorted coldly. The radiant sword in his hand blossomed with resplendent light. Everyone could feel it. The power of the sword light was constantly increasing. He was the leader. He was the strongest person here. He had fallen into Lu Qingmong's trap because of his poor leadership. But that didn't affect his strength. He was a mighty warrior from the heavenly sacred land. He was a swordsman who represented the light. As long as the light existed, the darkness would never be able to invade his will. His radiant sword soul had reached the 4th level of the Xiantian realm. It was exactly the same as Ling Zhao's, and his strength was at the late 7th divine core realm. His combat strength was actually stronger than Hua Feihua's. If Ling Xiao wanted to become his enemy, it would be very troublesome. Don't do something so futile. Our young master's skill in weapon crafting is very strong. Also, I don't think you know anything about formations. This fence looks simple, but it contains the powerful 5-elemental Vajra formation. Even if you can break the Great River Steel, you won't be able to break the 5-elemental Vajra formation. Niuer was a little scared of Lu Qingmong. He was really worried that Lu Qingmong would break the fence. Therefore, he ordered everyone to get ready for battle. Even if the fence was broken, they wouldn't lose their guard. Futile? I don't believe in this. Lu Qingmong's sword intent was still rising. Her sword was still shining brightly. Her sword energy had become stronger as well. "Protect senior disciple. Don't let him get attacked." Bai Luo shouted out. A few men surrounded Lu Qingmong, trying to get her to focus on preparing her sword skill. Right at this moment, something terrifying crawled out from the hole in the wall. It was a flaming red carnivorous ant. The carnivorous ant was a very special demon, although their individual combat strength was very weak. But when they came in a group, even a divine core warrior would be in trouble when facing them. Stay calm, don't be afraid. Right at this moment, Bai Luo displayed the spirit of a Saint Lord's disciple. Although her face had turned pale, she still didn't admit defeat. Everyone unleashed their attacks at the carnivorous ant. At the same time, Lu Qingmong's radiant sword had reached its limit. The crowd even saw a god of light appear. White sparkling clothes and a loving face. A terrifying pressure was being emitted from it. Get away from it. Finally, the energy had reached its limit. The radiant sword emitted a bright white light, as if a divine light had descended from the heavens. Countless carnivorous ants, the carnivorous ant that gave Bai Luo and Huang Quan a headache, under the baptism of the bright white light, all of them died. This was terrifying. This Lu Qingmong was indeed the #1 man in Fighting Soul's sacred city. Chapter 40:24. I am the emissary of light. Light will forge my divine sword. First sword of heaven's judgment. Sunset afterglow. At that moment, the power was fully released. Everyone looked at Lu Qingmong in shock. His body was constantly swaying from that power, and he could not even control his body. He can definitely do it. If eldest senior brother can't break this fence, then no one can. Eldest senior brother is invincible. He can definitely do it. No one was willing to die in such a cowardly manner. Lu Qingmong was also unwilling. The tyrannical sword light finally hit the iron fence. Boom! A terrifying sound was heard. The iron fence was instantly deformed. Success! Everyone looked at this scene with joy, feeling that they could escape with their lives. With such a powerful force, how could it not succeed? On the other side, Niu Er's mouth raised into a sneer. Ghost Li's eyes were filled with disdain. Failed. Lu Qingmong was shocked to discover that although the fence was deformed, it was not broken. The most ridiculous thing was that after a moment, the fence actually returned to its original state. Everything he had done was a complete waste of effort. Eldest senior brother, be careful. Lu Qingmong was dazed by what happened in front of him. He did not notice that danger was coming again. The first time was a hidden arrow. The second time was man-eating ants. The third time was a blazing fire. This fire was spewed into the fence. Yellow Spring roared, releasing a long black river behind him. The water instantly wrapped everyone. When the flame touched Yellow Spring's martial spirit, it gradually extinguished, no longer as fierce as before. One had to admit that both Bai Luo and Yellow Spring were capable. After all, they were the disciples of the Sacred Lord. However, compared to Ling Xiao, they were still lacking by a lot. But they really could not be considered bad. The flame was extinguished, but everyone's face was pale. Because danger would still come. They could block the first, second, and third time, but they might not be able to block the 10th time. As long as they could not get out of here, they would continue to suffer from these attacks. The iron fence made of big river steel was something that even Lu Qingmong, who was the strongest among them, could not do anything about. The others did not have that ability either. If they died in battle, then so be it. But they had to die here. This feeling was too stifling. Lu Qingmong felt a sense of shame she had never felt before. He was the eldest disciple of the Saint Lord, the #1 person in War's Soul Sacred City. Ling Xiao had just killed an early 7th Divine Core warrior, and he hadn't done anything yet. Was he going to wait for death here? If news of this got out, even if he died, he would probably be laughed at. Not only would he lose face for the Fighting Soul Sacred City, but he would also lose face for the Heaven Holy Land. It was extremely depressing. Ha ha ha, I've already told you, it's useless. This kid's swordsmanship was indeed impressive. If it was a one-on-one battle, I'm afraid my old man wouldn't be able to block even one of your moves, right? But so what? Even if you can't block it, I'll still kill you. The feeling of the weak defeating the strong is really wonderful. Niu Er was very proud. If they were to fight head-on, he would definitely be no match for Lu Qingmong. Lu Qingmong's strength truly frightened him. However, a real war was not a one-on-one battle. Strategy was the key. Perhaps there's still a chance. Chunyu suddenly said, "Opportunity? What opportunity?" Bai Luo asked, "Have you forgotten? We've split into 2 groups." Chunyu replied, "Ling Xiao won't just leave us in the lurch, right? There are angels supervising us, and Di Ying's team is watching us from the dark. I think he has to do something." "Stop joking. We can't even get out of here. What can that trash Ling Xiao do?" Bai Luo said with disdain, "Don't tell me that kid won't save us. Even if he does, he doesn't have the ability to do so. Don't count on him. Let's just keep trying. Perhaps we'll be able to destroy this fence if we spend more time." "That's right. Chinyu, you're really interesting. Didn't he kill your brother? Chan Hao? Why are you still counting on him?" Huang Quan mocked as well. "That's right. My brother was killed by him, but we're on a mission, not revenge. Am I wrong to count on him? Don't forget, there were more than 30 Great River bandits who ambushed them, and Ling Xiao killed all of them by himself. Among all of us, only senior disciple Qingmang can do that. Bai Luo, Huang Quan, what right do you have to look down on him? Chunyu curled his lips and said, Enough, all of you shut up. Bai Luo and Huang Quan are right. Ling Xiao and the rest can't even protect themselves. So don't count on him. Now, help me block the incoming attacks, and I'll keep trying. If I can't break it once, I'll try 10 times. I'll definitely be able to destroy this fence. Lu Qingmang hated hearing the name Ling Xiao. It was as if he wasn't as good as Ling Xiao and had to be saved by Ling Xiao. Just thinking about it made him feel embarrassed. Senior disciple Qingmang, don't you think it's strange that we fell into a trap this time? Di Hongyun suddenly said. What do you mean? Lu Qingmang asked helplessly. Senior disciple Qingmang, you should know what I mean. He glanced at Ghost Li, intentionally or unintentionally. It had always been Ghost Li leading the way. Was it so coincidental that Ghost Li found the entrance? Was it so coincidental that they were lured into this trap? Ling Xiao and the rest were walking in front. So why didn't they fall into the trap? Shut up. At this time, the most important thing was to be united. We can't be suspicious of each other. Otherwise, we'll all be finished before anyone else does anything. Lu Qingmang shouted sternly. He would never admit that Ghost Li was a spy. Even if it was the truth, he couldn't admit it. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that his leader made a mistake and led everyone into a trap? You guys really can't count on those people. Nyoer chuckled and said, There are many entrances to this mass grave, and they all lead to the same place. No matter which one you enter, you'll fall into the trap. They won't be an exception. His words were obviously to help Ghost Li out of the situation. He knew Ghost Li's identity. Hearing this, everyone was even more desperate. Originally, they really had a little hope. They hoped that Ling Xiao could really appear and save them. But now, it seemed that the possibility wasn't high. All right, do as I say. Their strength isn't enough to kill us. Take this opportunity to escape. Otherwise, when the experts arrive, we'll be finished. After Lu Qingmang finished speaking, he began to bombard the iron fence. The rest of the men didn't say anything. They just kept defending themselves from the attacks. As for Nyoer and the rest, they were attacking with arrows while waiting for the leaders to show up. The Great River bandits were very strong. Of the 6 leaders, only the leader's strength was unknown. The other 5 leaders were all late 7th Divine Corps warriors. There were also 20 mid-Divine Corps Great River generals. There were also 40 early 7th Divine Corps Great River captains. Ling Xiao had killed an early 7th Divine Corps warrior, and he was one of the captains. For the Great River bandits, this wasn't a big loss. Chapter 4025. Time passed minute by minute. The trapped people were getting more and more uncomfortable. Di Hongyun and Di Hongxiu were already injured, struggling at death's door. Chunyu's situation was not optimistic either. Bai Luo and Huang Quan were also injured. Even Lu Qingmang was panting. Clearly, the consumption was too great. They continued to attack the steel fence, trapping them, but it was ultimately ineffective. That Holy Lord disciple called Wang Mi was already at his last breath. At this time, whoever attacked again would directly die. The only one who was relaxed was Ghost Li. Why? Only now did Lu Qingmang truly realize that things were not good. Those attacks seemed to be able to avoid Ghost Li. This was too abnormal. Why? He. Perhaps feeling that victory was already in his grasp, Ghost Li no longer feigned ignorance. He chuckled coldly and said, You really don't understand? Although I hate that Ling Xiao very much, I have to admit that he's much smarter than you. He's right. I'm indeed a spy for the Great River Bandits. Not just in the past, but also in the future. It's a pity that you idiots are all going to die here. I'll push all of this responsibility onto that Ling Xiao. Isn't that pretty good? You're actually really a spy for the Great River Bandits. To think that I trusted you so much. Lu Qingmang's expression changed drastically. He had also suspected Ghostly before, but finally gave up on it. Thinking back now, it was really the stupidest decision. Ghostly, aren't you afraid of the angels and the team leader's supervision? Chinyu asked coldly. Are you idiots? This place is heavily guarded and has layers of formations. Even if they can enter, they will be detected. Since the formation didn't warn, it means that they're not here. Ghostly sneered and said, All right, enough nonsense. Since you all know my secret, then each and every one of you can die for me. Lu Qingmang, you're the biggest threat, so you'll be the first to go. As he spoke, he already pounced at Lu Qingmang. Lu Qingmang resisted with all his might, but because the consumption was too great, he could not even unleash 10% of his usual combat strength. Facing Ghostly's attacks, he fell into a hopeless situation in just a few moves. Die! Ghostly's claw viciously grabbed at Lu Qingmang's head. My life is over. Lu Qingmang was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Facing the ferocious Ghostly, he was helpless. No one else could save him. He didn't know why, but at the moment before he died, a figure appeared in his mind. Ling Xiao. Why would I think of him? Lu Qingmang mocked herself. He was the #1 person in War Soul Sacred City, yet he had to rely on a trash to save him? Whoosh! Chi. However, at this moment, the most shocking scene occurred. The sneering Ghostly suddenly felt something piercing his throat, and his eyes instantly glazed over. Chi. Another cold light flashed. This time, it hit Ghostly's Dantian. Who? Niur looked around in horror. He couldn't understand why someone would come to save these fellows at this time. Me. A voice sounded, and a person walked out from the darkness. There was still coldness and helplessness on his face. The coldness was caused by killing intent. However, he was helpless because of his thoughts. He did not want to save these people at all. However, this was another special mission. As long as he could save those trapped people, he would be able to obtain an additional 100 points. Judging from the difficulty of these special missions, 100 points was not a small amount. Of course, he couldn't bear to do so. Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao, the people trapped in the cage had mixed feelings. None of them had a good relationship with Ling Xiao, but now they were saved by Ling Xiao. It was really awkward, especially Lu Qingmang. If Ling Xiao did not make a move, then he would probably already be dead. Idiot, why aren't you running? You aren't a match for these people. Lu Qingmang shouted. Ling Xiao was their only hope. They had to protect him if they wanted to survive. Kill him. Niur reacted at this moment and shouted. However, as soon as he shouted, a series of miserable screams could be heard. The big river bandits in all 4 directions were killed. Zhan Long, Zhu Xiaohan, Chen Xiuji, and He Ningdi appeared at the same time. They instantly killed several big river bandits. Ling Xiao directly released the bloodthirsty plague. Some of the enemies were directly poisoned to death. As for the others, their combat strength was greatly reduced. It became very easy to kill those 4 people. A moment later, only Niur was left. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. What are you laughing at? With your strength, do you think this old bull is afraid of you? Niur sneered and suddenly stepped somewhere on the ground. All of a sudden, another iron fence fell down. Several people, including Ling Xiao, were trapped at the same time. Ha ha ha! Idiot, there are traps everywhere. Do you think we didn't prepare? Although I don't know how you got in here, you will end up like them. You will all die. Niur laughed crazily. That idiot. I told you to let him escape. Lu Qingmong was desperate. Even Ling Xiao was trapped. What chance did they have? They could only wait for death here. Shut up, you piece of trash. I already told you that Ghost Li is a spy, but you didn't listen. Now, you still have the face to talk nonsense. If it wasn't for some special event, Daddy wouldn't have bothered to save you. Ling Xiao gazed at Lu Qingmong with an indifferent expression. Then he turned to Niur and said, Do you think this stupid fence can stop me? Stupid fence. This is a fence made with great river steel. Those men spent a lot of time, but they still couldn't break it. With just you? Niur looked down on Ling Xiao. Although he was slightly panicked just now, he had no idea how strong Ling Xiao was. However, when he saw that Ling Xiao was only a peak 4th Heavenly Core warrior, he wasn't panicked at all. He even felt that using a fence to deal with Ling Xiao was a waste of talent. Do you think I can't do what they can't do? Ling Xiao said with a mocking expression. He took a step forward. His body turned into a stream of water, and he walked out from the fence. That's impossible. Even if his body can turn into elemental energy, there's still a formation to protect him. Niur cried out in shock. Escaping from the fence by elemental energy had never happened before. It wasn't that no one had thought of it. It was simply impossible. The fence was surrounded by a powerful formation, and even if one could turn into elemental energy, it would still be blocked. Furthermore, the person would have to face an even more terrifying revenge. But Ling Xiao was able to escape without facing any obstacles. Nothing is impossible. I've told you before, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. On the other hand, all the men who were trapped were wild with joy. This young man, he always brings us surprises. Zhanlong said with a smile. He's too powerful. Compared to him, Lu Qingmong is nothing. Zhu Xiaohan said with mixed emotions. Chen Xiuji and He Ningdi nodded their heads as well. On the other side, Chun Yu had a bitter smile on her face. She knew that if she met someone like Ling Xiao, she would never be able to avenge her brother. Chapter 4026. Nyoair, one of the 40 captains of the Great River Bandits. You're strong, but did you know that? I've killed one of your captains. Can you be stronger than him? Ling Xiao looked at Nyoair and sneered. Humph, so what if you're here? I don't believe a mere perfect 4th Divine Core warrior like you can defeat me. Nyoair coldly harumphed. After saying that, he suddenly let out a furious roar. His body started to change. His name wasn't Nyoair because his surname was Nyo. Instead, it was because he was a beast race cultivator from the Savage Beast region. His outer skin cracked, revealing his true appearance. He was a 3 meters tall minotaur with incredible strength. He was holding a huge hammer with both hands, and his eyes were blood red. His voice became even stronger. Kid, although I don't know what you're capable of, you're still a variable. But you are indeed a variable. I have to kill you. If not, I don't know what will happen next. Today is the day of sacrifice. I can't let you ruin our happy occasion. Following his voice, Nyoair's body started to change. He became ferocious and powerful. A brutal bestial energy was constantly unleashed from his body. Everyone in the cage had ugly expressions on their faces. This Nyoair possessed the combat strength of an early 7th Divine Core warrior in his normal form. Once he returned to his true form, both his strength and aura would become much stronger. Perhaps he was now equivalent to a mid-7th Divine Core warrior. I'm sorry, I'm not a captain. I'm a general, one of the 20 generals. He wanted to see the shock on Ling Zhao's face. However, Ling Xiao only laughed disdainfully. Neo Air, from the Minotaur tribe in the savage beast realm, he possesses incredible strength and is one of the 20 generals of the Great River Bandits. He loves to eat people's hearts and livers. Am I right? What? How do you know so much? Neo Air asked in surprise. The Northern Wind Kingdom didn't have any detailed information about the warriors above the rank of general in the Great River Bandits. It doesn't matter how I know. You just need to know that you have to die here today. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Die. You're so skinny that you can't even pull a strand of hair. You want to kill me? Nyoer said with disdain. I'll tear you apart first. With a roar, Nyoer rushed at Ling Xiao like a mad bull. Huge hooves pounded on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Am I skinny? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. Purple lightning bull, beast, soul transformation. His cold voice rang out. Violent lightning suddenly wreaked havoc in the cave. Ling Xiao's body also changed instantly. It was as if it was wrapped in a layer of armor made of purple lightning thunderbolt. His ferocious and terrifying appearance was exposed in front of everyone. At this time, his body was about 3 meters tall, not much shorter than Nyoer. Beast warrior? Wrong. It's a beast god warrior. Nyoer felt the beast god aura released by Ling Xiao and could not help but frown. I didn't expect you to be a beast god martial artist like our great master. No wonder he was so confident. But so what? You still have to die. While roaring wildly, Nyoer didn't stop. The giant hammer in his hand fiercely smashed towards Ling Xiao. You think you can win with a loud voice? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and raised his right hand. Boom! The giant hammer bombarded his right hand. The resulting storm blew the smoke and dust in the cave, causing sand and stones to fly. The people in the cage couldn't help but close their eyes and urge their true essence to resist the wind. Oh no, the attack is so fierce. Ling Xiao will be smashed flat. Chen Xiuji said in surprise. I can't see anything. He Ningdi said in panic. Everyone was very nervous. Even those who had a bad relationship with Ling Xiao didn't want Ling Xiao to lose. Because once Ling Xiao lost, it would be the end for them. At that time, everyone here would die. Finally, the smoke and dust dispersed. People found that Ling Xiao was not smashed flat, nor was he sent flying. However, Nyoer was sent flying by a terrible force. What? Nyoer rolled on the ground for dozens of meters and hit the fence. Arg! Pooh! He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and it looked like he had even spat out his lungs. Obviously, he was seriously injured. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao believed he wouldn't lose to any warriors below the 8th Divine Core realm. Trying to compete with him in terms of strength was the same as courting death. Nyoer was a minotaur, and he was an expert in physical attacks. When he lost his advantage in physical strength, he could only take a beating. You, what kind of monster are you? Nyoer was severely injured by the palm strike. Although he was still alive deep down in his heart, he was terrified. He was no longer as arrogant as he was before. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. After transforming, Nyoer's combat strength had surpassed by Luo and Huang Quan. If Lu Qingmong wanted to kill him, she would need to spend a lot of effort to do so. But this abnormal Ling Xiao was able to beat Nyoer as if he was just a toy. Was this a dream? Just like you said, I'm a beast god warrior. Ling Xiao sneered. With a flash, he arrived in front of Nyoer. Then, he threw out a punch. Nyoer hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was useless. Only the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Both of Nyoer's arms were deformed by the punch. The punch landed on Nyoer's dantian. Nyoer let out a miserable howl. Then he lost all signs of life. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. They didn't see Ling Xiao kill the early 7th Divine Core warrior not long ago. That's why they didn't believe it. But now, Ling Xiao had killed a mid-7th Divine Core warrior in front of them. How could they not believe it? My opponent is still too weak. I need at least a late 7th Divine Core warrior to help me break through. Too bad, I was so close. Everyone was stunned by what they saw, but Ling Xiao still wasn't satisfied. Because his opponent was too weak, they couldn't stimulate his potential. And, just as he was feeling depressed, Ling Xiao suddenly heard a sound. The sound was still far away, but he was sure someone was coming. More than 100 men? Ha! I think there's a late Divine Core warrior, and 3 mid-Divine Core warriors. There shouldn't be any problems now. Ling Xiao became excited. Eldest senior disciple, this Ling Xiao is too scary. We've consumed a lot of energy. We need to quickly consume some pills and recover. If he attacks us, none of us will be able to stop him. Bai Luo whispered to Lu Qingmong, even if you're at your peak, you're still no match for him. Lu Qingmong sighed and said, looks like we've underestimated this guy. Of course, Lu Qingmong didn't think he was weaker than Ling Xiao. He just didn't have as many tricks up his sleeve as Ling Xiao. But in terms of pure combat strength, he believed he could definitely defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, save us. Lu Qingmong, owe you a favor. Lu Qingmong really didn't want to beg Ling Xiao. But at this moment, he had no choice but to beg. If Ling Xiao didn't help, he didn't know who else could break this cage. Chapter 4027. Hearing Lu Qingmong's words, Ling Xiao didn't respond. Instead, he stared into the deep tunnel. The enemy was here. A stronger enemy was coming. Don't count on him. I think he has some special ability that allows him to escape from the cage. But it's impossible for him to break our cage. Bai Luo shook her head. The others were disappointed. In their minds, if Ling Xiao could break the cage, he would have done it earlier. He wouldn't have turned into a fire element and escaped. Don't make any noise. Someone is coming. Lu Qingmong finally noticed the arrival of some mighty warriors. She immediately became nervous. In the next moment, more than 100 men dashed out from the deep tunnel. Seeing this lineup, the expressions of the men in the cage changed dramatically. We're hopeless. Lu Qingmong let out a helpless sigh while recovering her true yuan. He saw the leader of the group. He was a late 7th Divine Core warrior. Next to this man, there were 3 other mighty warriors, and all of them were mid-7th Divine Core warriors. Besides them, there were also a few dozen 6th Divine Core warriors. This lineup could simply be called abnormal, let alone Ling Xiao alone. Even if all of them joined the fight, they still wouldn't be able to win. This lineup was too strong. No matter how surprised these men were, Ling Xiao looked at the leader of the group. He should be one of the leaders of the Great River Bandits. This man wasn't old. He looked to be in his late 20s. He had a handsome face. If he were to go outside and say he was a young master from a big family, no one would doubt him. But this man had an evil look in his eyes. He didn't look like a good person. Also, he kept coughing, as if he was suffering from some serious illness. I can't be wrong. This man is the 6th leader of the Great River Bandits, Yun Shangcai. The name sounded like an immortal, but according to Ling Xiao's information, this man was a perverted demon. There were 6 leaders in the Great River Bandits. The only leader Ling Xiao hadn't met before was the first leader, who was once their young master. He had met the other 5 leaders. The second leader liked to gamble, but he never used normal methods. If he won, he would destroy his opponent's family. If he lost, he would kill his opponent's entire family. The third leader was an alchemist, or more accurately, a poison master. Compared to saving people, he was better at killing people. The fourth master was a madman who loved to kill people. The fifth boss was even more perverted. He liked to eat raw human flesh because he was a beast race martial artist from the Savage Beast region. As for the sixth head, he was a lecher. Out of the 6 heads, this sixth head Yunshang was the weakest. However, this person had a secret technique that was extremely terrifying. He could turn the women he had played with into puppets to fight for him. Therefore, he was equally terrifying. A late 7th Divine Core warrior is indeed strong, but he's still much weaker than Hua Fei Hua. He's no match for me. However, I should be able to give it a try. Perhaps it can help me break through. Ling Xiao did not intend to use the peerless heavenly rat beast spirit transformation too early. Otherwise, if he won too easily, there would be no hope for a breakthrough. Seeing Ling Xiao staring at him, Yunshang sneered and said, "You killed Niu Er?" His voice was filled with cold killing intent. This killing intent was accumulated purely through endless slaughter. The martial artists who faced him could feel a chill all over their bodies, as if their souls had been thrown into hell. It was extremely uncomfortable. Not bad. Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. "You killed him as well?" Yunshang asked again. Although he would cough twice after speaking a few words, no one doubted his strength. Those eyes were not something an ordinary man could have. It was too frightening. It made everyone feel extremely terrified. "Brother Ling, run away now. You're no match for him. It's enough that you're alive, and you can avenge us in the future." Zhanlong said with a loud voice, "What nonsense are you talking about? If he leaves, all of us will die." Lu Qingmeng became anxious. "Ling Xiao, get us out of here. We'll fight together." It didn't matter if Ling Xiao was killed. It would still be Ling Xiao who left. Death would still befall these trapped men. However, these trapped men were divided into 2 groups. Zhanlong, Zhu Xiaohan, Qin Xiuji, and he Ningdi wanted Ling Xiao to leave because they realized that Ling Xiao was no match for Yunshang. "Escape? Do you think he can escape?" Yunshang sneered. "You want to leave after killing so many of us? Do you think we Great River Bandits are restaurants? This place is even worse than a restaurant. It's basically a public toilet, a place to hide filth. If it wasn't to complete the mission, I wouldn't be bothered to stay here." Ling Xiao looked at Yunshang with disdain. As he spoke, he suddenly walked towards the iron bars. "What are you doing?" Yunshang frowned. "Can't you see? I'm going to destroy these iron bars. I can't fight alone." Ling Xiao's only opponent was Yunshang. The rest would be left to Lu Qingmeng and the others. He didn't have the time to do that. "Humph, you think you can break these iron bars? What a joke." Yunshang sneered. "Even a celestial grade, heavenly king artifact can't destroy them. Unless you have a divine grade, heavenly king artifact. However, I heard that no one in the 3,000 holy cities has a divine grade, heavenly king artifact. How are you going to break these bars? Aren't you thinking too highly of this trash? A divine grade, heavenly king artifact. I can smash it into scrap metal with my bare hands." Ling Xiao sneered and threw a punch at the bars where Zhanlong and the others were trapped. No one noticed that there was a strange flame condensed on his fist. That flame was an immortal fire. A mere great river steel could be easily melted. Clang! With a loud sound, the iron bars disappeared into thin air. In an instant, it was as if they were evaporated by the high temperature. What? Not only Yunshang, but Lu Qingmeng and the others were also dumbfounded. Lu Qingmeng couldn't break these iron bars, even after using all her strength. In the end, it was easily destroyed by Ling Xiao with a single punch. This was simply too inconceivable. How did he do it? Bai Luo's eyeballs were about to fall out. He, who had been looking down on Ling Xiao, felt his face burning. Don't care how he did it. "Ling Xiao, let us out quickly." Huang Quan shouted loudly. I can let you out, but there are two conditions. Ling Xiao said calmly. At this point, you still want to take advantage of people's difficulties. Lu Qingmong frowned. Whether you come out or not, I can't be bothered with you. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. All right, tell me the conditions. Lu Qingmong almost choked to death by Ling Xiao's words. First, kneel on the ground and beg me. Second, after you come out, you must listen to my orders. If anyone disagrees, I'll kill them. These two conditions were very harsh, especially for Lu Qingmong, Bai Luo, and Huang Quan. It was even worse than killing them. Kill them. Yun Shang naturally wouldn't let Ling Xiao release everyone so easily. Since Ling Xiao was still haggling over the price, this was their chance. Chapter 40:28. Following Yun Shangcai's order, hundreds of men charged out at the same time. You outnumber me? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Xiao sneered. Then he gently touched the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. 100 elites jumped out from the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. All of them were peak 6th Heavenly Core warriors. This was the maximum number of elites that Ling Xiao could summon from the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. These 100 men joined the battle, including Zhan Long, Zhu Xiaohan, Qin Xiuji, and He Ningdi. For now, Ling Xiao's group wouldn't be defeated. At the same time, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to unleash 9 dragon trapping talismans. These were his last 9 dragon trapping talismans. 9-fold dragon trapping talisman. Bright lights flashed, and Yun Shangcai and the other 3 mid-7th Heavenly Core warriors were all trapped within the talisman. Damn it, this guy is too strange. Why does he have so many talismans? Every single one of these dragon trapping talismans was extremely precious. Ling Xiao had used 9 of them in one go. This was something that the Great River Bandits never expected. Looking at the chaotic battle, Lu Qingmong and the others were completely stunned. They thought that once Yun Shangcai attacked, Ling Xiao would have to let them go. If not, they wouldn't be able to face Yun Shangcai's attack. But who would have thought that Ling Xiao actually had such an ability? Not just those 100 peak 6th Heavenly Core warriors who suddenly appeared, or the 9-fold dragon trapping talisman. None of them could be used by ordinary people. Ling Xiao, we're all from the same sect. Why do you have to make things difficult for us? Bai Luo furrowed her brows. And you're right. How about this? Lu Qingmong, Bai Luo, Huang Quan, you 3 just need to kneel down. As for the rest of you, just promise to listen to my orders. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. You, Lu Qingmong, was so angry that his face turned red. I don't believe you can complete this mission without me. He had his own dignity, and he wouldn't kneel down to anyone easily. Bai Luo and Huang Quan were the same. Will the earth stop spinning without you? Ling Xiao sneered and directly entered the fence. He used the Dong Sheng Emperor ring to get Di Hongxiu, Di Hongyun, Chunyu, Hinajiku, and Wang Mi out. Many thanks. Chunyu glanced at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. The other party was clearly her enemy, but she couldn't bring herself to hate her. As for Di Hongyun and Di Hongxiu, it was needless to say. The only reason they hated Ling Xiao was because they had been beaten up badly by Ling Xiao in the recruitment hall. But in the end, they were the ones who asked for it. Now that Ling Xiao had saved their lives, the hatred had faded. Furthermore, that Wang Mi basically had no connection with Ling Xiao. Now that he had been rescued by Ling Xiao, he could only listen to Ling Xiao's arrangements. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's character, he wouldn't let him off easily. Go and help fight. Get rid of those Great River Bandits as soon as possible. Ling Xiao waved his hand. These men had just eaten some pills, and they had almost fully recovered. Even if Ling Xiao didn't say anything, they wouldn't be able to do anything. They didn't want to just stand aside and watch. The number of people in the fences had decreased. The threat had also increased. Originally, no matter if it was the dark arrows, the carnivorous ants, or the raging flames, they could still take turns to defend themselves. But now, only Lu Qingmang, Bai Luo, and Huang Quan were left. There really wasn't much they could do. Yun Shangcai was still crazily attacking the 9-layer dragon trapping talisman, trying to escape. At the same time, he was cursing loudly. He was extremely angry. A mere perfect 4th Divine Core warrior had actually fooled him, a late 7th Divine Core warrior. This was really unbearable. This man was indeed strong. With the help of the other 3 men, 3 layers of the 9-layer dragon trapping talisman were broken. You want to break my 9-layer dragon trapping talisman so easily? Do you think you're the only one who knows how to use traps and formations? Ling Xiao shouted. Ling Xiao took out a formation refining stone and threw it out. The formation refining stone instantly turned into a formation, plague bone melting formation. This was one of the first formations Ling Xiao learned. The plague it unleashed could continuously weaken the enemy, and eventually the enemy's energy would be completely depleted. It could also poison the enemy. The effect was great. Not good. This guy is difficult to deal with. Where there's life, there's hope. Let's run. When Yun Shangcai realized the situation wasn't going well, he immediately turned around and tried to escape. He was very familiar with the traps here. In an instant, he opened up a secret passage. The 9-layer dragon trapping talisman couldn't stop them. The 4 men squeezed into the secret passage and disappeared in an instant. Damn it! Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He didn't expect Yun Shangcai to be such a coward. When he realized the situation wasn't going well, he immediately ran away. He didn't even have the courage to fight. What a pity! Ling Xiao let out a sigh. You can run away, but you can't hide from me. This time, you great river bandits won't be able to run away from me. Ling Xiao! Yun Shangcai ran away. But what about those great river bandits? Grabbing the rabbit, Su Jiajia. In the end, the battle ended very quickly. A total of more than 90 people were all killed. The 100 East Imperial elites released by Ling Xiao killed more than 60 people. It was a complete victory. He kept the East Imperial elites in his storage ring. Although the summoning of the East Imperial Ring could only be used once a day. However, the summoned spirits could be used repeatedly. They would only disappear when all of them died or when they were summoned again the next day. The number wouldn't accumulate. Ling Xiao, you're too valiant. You scared me to death just now. I thought we were done for. I didn't expect you to even scare Yun Shangcai away. Zhanlong said excitedly. It's just a little trick. I might not be his match in a one-on-one fight. Fortunately, I've learned more. Ling Xiao said modestly, and then said, we can't stay here for long. Let's move on. Let's join hands and raid the Great River Bandits' lair. You want to reconsider? Compared to the Great River Bandits, our strength is too far apart. Di Hongxiu said with a frown on her face. She could accept Ling Zhao's command, but she still wanted to voice out her thoughts. You want to back out? Then just back out. I don't want anyone to be a burden to me in the upcoming operation. Ling Xiao looked at Di Hongxiu and said. Di Hongxiu and Di Hongyun looked at each other, and in the end, they chose to back out. Although their strength had increased a lot after they were beaten up by Ling Xiao, they were still in the Great River Bandits' lair. But they were only at the early 6th Divine Core realm. Their strength was even weaker than those captains of the Great River Bandits. There was no need to even mention fighting against a commander. Both of them disappeared from where they stood. Is there anyone else who wants to back out? Ling Xiao asked. If you want to back out, then do it now. Don't say, I didn't give you a chance. If anyone dares to back out during the battle, I'll kill that person. No one. After Di Hongxiu and Di Hongyan backed out, the rest of the warriors were mostly at the late 6th Divine Core and peak 6th Divine Core realm. There were even some early 7th Divine Core warriors. Of course, they wouldn't back out. All right, let's go. Although Jiang Chun had saved these men because of the extra mission, since he had saved them, he had to make use of them. Although these men were weaker than Ling Xiao, all of them had decent combat strength. So, he was going to use them to deal with those great river bandits. Tung Chen Lei, Strong Edge Mimicry. Chapter 4029. After a few battles, the people of Fighting Soul Sacred City improved very quickly. It wasn't the improvement of their cultivation, but the improvement of their combat experience and skills. This might be the most important reason why Golden City set the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. Without experience, even if you were a peerless genius, it would be difficult for you to grow. Are you really not going to release those 3 people? Zhan Long glanced at Lu Qingmong, Bai Luo, and Huang Quan. I've said it before. If they agree to my conditions, I'll release them. Otherwise, there's no way. Damn it, they're still scheming against me behind my back. I'm not a saint. Why don't I have conditions to release them? If the conditions allow, I really want to kill them directly. Ling Xiao said unhappily, "Wait a minute. We'll agree to 2 conditions." Just as they were about to leave, Bai Luo spoke, and he knelt down in front of Ling Xiao, in front of everyone. Although when he knelt down, Bai Luo's heart was filled with anger and hatred. He thought that if he survived, he could take revenge on Ling Xiao and kill Ling Xiao. Huang Quan had a tacit understanding with him and also made the same choice. What about you, Lu Qingmong? I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. After 3 breaths, not only will you kneel down, but you'll also have to kowtow 10 times and admit your mistake publicly. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Qingmong and sneered. Plop. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qingmong knelt down. Compared to kowtowing, kneeling was obviously more acceptable. Ling Xiao, I'll remember today's humiliation. I hope you won't have to beg me in the future. Otherwise, you have to understand that I won't forget this humiliation. Lu Qingmong was more direct than Bai Luo and Huang Quan. He said whatever he wanted to say. Ling Xiao sneered and broke the fence with a punch, releasing the 3 of them. I also hope you can remember today's humiliation. If you have nothing to do, think about why this happened. Ling Xiao was waiting for an opportunity. As long as there was a chance, he would use the great river bandits to kill these 3 people. Now, he had an additional 200 points. 100 of them were because he saved Lu Qingmong and the others. The other 100 was because he had forced Yun Shangcai to retreat. These were all unforeseen events. He solved everything perfectly. His total points had reached 300. Although he didn't know how the other sacred cities were doing, there was absolutely no one in War Soul Sacred City who could surpass him in points. After this ranking battle, the title of number 1 among the younger generation of Fighting Soul Sacred City would belong to him. Let's go. Ling Xiao called out to everyone and began to move forward. The reason why he did not directly kill Lu Qingmong, Bai Luo, and Huang Quan was mainly because of the rating. No one knew what would happen if they killed their teammates, so he didn't want to take the risk. Even if he wanted to kill the 3 of them, he would need the help of the great river bandits. He didn't do it himself. Are we really going to follow him? Bai Lu lowered her voice and asked Lu Qingmong, "Now that we're out, we have the power to kill him." "Are you out of your mind?" Lu Qingmong looked at Bai Luo exasperatedly. "We just came out from the cage. Did you forget the lesson? This guy should be an expert in formations and mechanisms. With him around, it will be easier for us to get to the core of the Great River Bandits." Also, do you think the celestial angels won't do anything about it? Even if we want to kill him, we have to ask the great river bandits to do it. Lu Qingmong was a cunning man. He was much harder to deal with than Bai Luo. I agree with eldest senior disciple. Let's go. Huang Quan nodded her head as well. Actually, what she was worried about the most was, could the three of them really kill Ling Xiao? On Ling Xiao's side, Zhu Xiaohan and Zhan Long were both at the early 7th Divine Core realm. As for Ling Xiao himself, his combat strength was even more frightening. For some unknown reason, he was able to summon 100 perfect 6th Divine Core warriors to help him. This was really frightening. Let's go. Lu Qingmong waved her hand and followed Ling Xiao and the others. The leader of this team had been changed. It wasn't appointed by the Holy Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. It was Ling Xiao who obtained it with his own abilities. After walking for about 10 minutes, Ling Xiao suddenly signaled everyone to stop. What's wrong? Zhanlong asked curiously. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao as well. He was the backbone of this group, and no matter what he said, even Lu Qingmong was willing to believe him. Because no matter if it was the spy or the trap, Ling Xiao had done a better job. It's a trap, Ling Xiao reminded everyone. Then he signaled everyone to back off. After that, he slammed his palm towards the group. Nothing seemed to be wrong. Bang! It was as if the palm strike had angered nature. The path in front of them was abruptly lit up by a blazing flame. This flame was actually a heavenly flame. Even a divine core warrior would be burned into ashes if he tried to stop it. What was even scarier was that there was a bluish-purple gas coming out from the blazing flame. Deadly poison. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. The traps here were all in the form of formations, and it was impossible to guard against them. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, even if they didn't die, they would have been severely injured. Compared to the cages they had been in, the danger level here was obviously higher. How did he find out? How did he do it? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with surprise. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't as strong as most of them, he was one of the weakest here. However, his combat strength and the things he was good at were something no one here could compare with. Once again, Lu Qingmong revealed an extremely jealous expression. Humph, so what have you found out about the traps? We still can't get past them. Don't tell me you can deal with these things? Bai Luo couldn't help but ask. Compared to Lu Qingmong's forbearance, Bai Luo was clearly showing his dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao didn't even care about him. He immediately unleashed the undying bird and 9-headed hell serpent. In an instant, they completely absorbed the heavenly flame and deadly poison. This scene, once again, left everyone dumbfounded. Perhaps there was no one else in the Fighting Soul Sacred City who could do this. No Wonder Sword maiden Qinglian recommended him. Let's continue forward. Ling Xiao said calmly. As such, they would encounter a trap every once in a while. However, because of Ling Xiao's presence, they all passed through safely. After arriving at a safe place, Ling Xiao told everyone to rest first. He also sat at the side to adjust his breathing. Deciphering the traps wasn't an easy task. He had to keep his Tai Chi eye open and concentrate on it. This was also very exhausting. Ding! Additional performance points increased by 10 points. A strange notification came from the ring again. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he suddenly understood. A trap like this should have been solved by everyone working together. However, Ling Xiao solved it alone, so there would be additional performance points as a reward. This reward didn't sound like much, but because they didn't know the grading criteria. Therefore, they didn't know. Anyway, it was an additional point. Even if it was just 1 point, it would be good. Chapter 40-30. There are so many mechanisms here. It's really not a place for humans to walk. Ling Xiao, Are you sure you want to continue? The great river bandits already know that we're here. They might choose to move. They might even send people to target us. It's impossible for us to survive. During the break, Lu Qingmeng couldn't help but speak. What he said actually made sense. They originally planned to sneak attack the Great River Bandits, but now it became a head-on battle. With their strength, it was impossible for them to be a match for the Great River Bandits. Even someone like Lu Qingmeng would be afraid. What? The #1 person in Warsoul's sacred city, the disciple of the sacred lord, is actually afraid? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Qingmeng and ridiculed. According to what you said, we only have one choice, which is to withdraw from the mission. Of course, if you want to withdraw, I won't object. Anyway, we haven't encountered any danger yet. You can still withdraw. Who said I'm withdrawing? I just feel that it's not appropriate. Lu Qingmeng retorted. How could he let others think that he was timid? If you don't want to withdraw, then shut your mouth. Ling Xiao said coldly. Now, I'm going to share some information with you. Hearing this, everyone looked at Ling Xiao. From the beginning, they felt that Ling Xiao knew more than all of them. They just didn't expect Ling Xiao to share this information. If this matter happened to Lu Qingmeng, Bai Luo, and Huang Quan, they would probably choose not to mention it. Ling Xiao simply told everyone the information he learned from the Great River Bandit commander. Everyone's face turned ugly when they heard this. The Great River Bandits' evil god sacrifice was simply evil. 100,000 people were going to be sacrificed. No matter who it was, everyone's face changed drastically. However, there were also people who didn't seem to care about the lives of others. They're just a bunch of ants. If they die, then so be it. If we lose any one of us in order to save them, it's not worth it. We don't have any obligation to save these people. The one who spoke was Lu Qingmeng. Are you a cold-blooded animal? Zhan Long couldn't help but ask. If it's within my ability, I'll naturally do it. But now that I can't, why should I send myself to death? Lu Qingmeng said. You're not wrong, but who told you that we're powerless? Ling Xiao said with a smile. We have a great advantage now. There were few people, so it was easy for them to hide. After that spy, Ghostly, was killed, the Great River Bandits had already lost their position. Those traps were basically neutralized by me. Further ahead, because it was the place where the Great River Bandits lived, there were no more traps. After all, it would be bad if one of their own was triggered. Therefore, we can still launch sneak attacks. Here, we'll split up and work in pairs. If we run into any trouble, we'll solve it if we can. If he couldn't solve it, he would keep it in mind. After we meet up, we'll attack together. Are you sure there are no traps? Bai Luo frowned and asked, If I say I don't have it, then I don't have it. If you don't believe me, you don't want it either. Aluminum, muslin chi shun shou, tua, Meng Liang was making a racket. Bo Ping Wei. Ling Xiao looked at Bai Luo with disdain and said, I didn't expect the Holy Master's disciples to all be cowards. If there is no mechanism, I will agree to your arrangement. Lu Qingmeng said, All right, let's talk about splitting up. Me, Zhan Long, Zhu Xiaohan, Qin Xiuji, He Ningdi, Lu Qingmeng, Bai Luo, Huang Quan, Hinajiku, and Chunyu. Lu Qingmeng and Hinajiku will be in one group. Zhan Long and Qin Xiuji will be in one group. Bai Luo and Chun, you will be in one group. Huang Quan and He Ningdi will be in one group. I'll be in one group with Zhu Xiaohan. Therefore, each group will have a 7th Divine Core warrior, and the strength of each group will be balanced. You have any objections? I want to be in one group with Huang Quan. Bai Luo said. Your objection is invalid. Ling Xiao said with a cold voice. I've said it before. Each group will have a 7th Divine Core warrior. Also, If you don't follow my arrangement, I can kill you right now. By Luo, this arrangement is good, and it's only temporary. There are a lot of forks in this path, and it will be easier for us to scout the area. Lu Qingmong suddenly said. Fine. Bai Luo finally shut his mouth. Indeed, this guy was more obedient to Lu Qingmong. On the other side, Hinajiku was looking at Ling Xiao with a grateful expression. Although she didn't know if Ling Xiao did it on purpose, it was obviously safer for her to be in the same group as Lu Qingmong. Lu Qingmong's combat strength was the strongest among all of them. Let's move out. After the grouping was completed, Ling Xiao gave out an order. Everyone left one after another, following the order. Pooh! Right after everyone left, Ling Xiao threw up a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He looked very weak. Ling Xiao, what happened to you? Xu Xiaohan hurriedly went up to Ling Xiao and asked. Cough, cough. I was injured just now, and because I trust you, I asked you to follow me. From now on, you'll have to protect me. Can you do that? Ling Xiao asked. No problem. Xu Xiaohan nodded her head. Although this girl was a bit cold, she had a warm heart. There was a reason why Ling Xiao chose her to be his partner. Xu Xiaohan supported Ling Xiao and walked forward. However, a cunning look flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. Right at this moment, a wild laughter sounded out. Buddy, you've put me through a lot of trouble just now, but now I'll see who else can help you. Amidst the wild laughter, sixth manager Yun Shangcai walked out from the darkness. He had been following the group all this time. When he saw that Ling Xiao was severely injured and the others had left, he thought this was an opportunity. However, the 3 mid-7th Divine Corps generals were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps they had gone to chase after someone else, or perhaps they had returned to report the situation. Martial Soul Barrier. A grin emerged on Ling Xiao's face as he unleashed the Martial Soul Barrier. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, who had originally looked dispirited and listless, laughed loudly. You stinky fish, you've finally taken the bait. I thought I'd have to wait a little longer. I didn't expect you to rush to your death. You're not injured. Yun Shangcai's expression changed dramatically. Xu Xiaohan was dumbfounded as well. Of course, I'm not injured, but because you've been following me all this time, if I didn't kill you, I wouldn't have been able to sneak into the Great River Bandits. That's why I used a little trick to lure you in. You're much more stupid than I thought. Why didn't you think about whether the bait could be eaten? Why did you come to me on your own accord? Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. I'm sorry, Xu Xiaohan. In order to lure this fish, I lied to you. It's all right. You did the right thing. Xu Xiaohan didn't blame Ling Xiao. Instead, she admired Ling Xiao's quick-wittedness even more. He was able to trick the cunning 6th manager like a monkey. This wasn't something anyone could do. Chapter 31. In the world of warriors, it wasn't strange for women to worship strong men. Just like in the world of rich men, women worshipped those who could make money. On top of that, Ling Xiao was handsome and elegant to begin with. It was normal for Xu Xiaohan to be captivated by Ling Xiao. Although he was tricked, Yun Shangcai didn't seem scared at all. He stood there and sneered. Buddy, don't you think there's a stupid loophole in your plan? Loophole? Ling Xiao laughed. Tell me about it. Even if you've trapped me, you've sent the others away. Do you really think you can take me down with just the 2 of you? Yun Shangcai sneered. We, the Great River Bandits, have been standing strong for hundreds of years. That wasn't just a bluff. We did it with our true abilities. I have to admit, you're a smart guy. Having a disciple like you in the Fighting Soul Saint City is indeed intimidating. But too bad, young men like you are still no match for us Great River Bandits. Is that so? You really think so? Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. This caused Zhu Xiaohan, who was nervous, to finally relax. You don't have to pretend to be calm. If I, Yun Shangcai, can't even take care of two little kittens like you, then I don't need to show my face anymore. Yun Shangcai laughed. This little girl is not bad. I can have a good taste of her later. As for you, you're Ling Xiao, right? You won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. After saying that, he suddenly waved his hand. Dozens of pretty girls appeared next to him, but their eyes were filled with confusion. It seemed like there were many stitches on their bodies. There were a total of 18 of them. All of them were 7th Divine Corps warriors. 6 of them had reached the mid-7th Divine Corps realm. It's not easy to make these puppets. It's even harder to control them. But my great river soul is different from others. My great river soul is called Beauty River. As long as it's here, I can control these puppets and fight. Yun Shangcai was the one who was serious. This time, he wasn't going to run away like before. No matter what, he had to kill Ling Xiao first. Ling Xiao's taiji I kept flashing. After a while, he smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, controlling 18 puppets at the same time is already your limit. Furthermore, you won't be able to fight while controlling the puppet. This process will consume a large amount of your true essence and soul force. The battle cannot last more than half an hour, right? Whatever you say." Even though Yun Shangcai did not show anything on the surface, he was already endlessly shocked in his heart. Because Ling Xiao was right. This kid was simply a devil. If he continued to live, the great river bandits would really be in trouble this time. Zhu Xiaohan, protect yourself. Don't worry about me. After Ling Xiao said this, he immediately transformed into his everlasting heavenly rat beast soul. Yun Shangcai's strength made him extremely excited, because he felt that this might be an opportunity. He had always hoped that he could break through as soon as possible. This Yun Shangcai had given him this opportunity. Perfect! The moment he entered the everlasting heavenly rat's beast soul transformation, Ling Xiao took out the Blood Sovereign sword. An icy cold light was glowing on the sword. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with determination and coldness. This battle was just the beginning. He believed that in this mission, if he could kill the 6 leaders of the Great River Bandits, he would definitely get a higher evaluation. Do you really want to fight me? Yun Shangcai sneered. Then he ordered the 6 mid-7th Divine Corps warriors to protect him. He then ordered the other 12 early 7th Divine Corps female warriors to attack Ling Xiao. 12 early 7th Divine Corps female warriors. This was not easy to deal with. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, Ling Xiao could easily kill them. But when 12 of them attacked at the same time, this was not easy to deal with. But the more difficult it was, the happier Ling Xiao was. The heart of gold was violently beating. Perhaps the potential in his body had sensed the threat. It started to become active. Kill. 12 early Earth Corps warriors attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. At this moment, Zhu Xiaohan's face turned pale. Such a powerful true appearance. Forget about Ling Xiao. Even Lu Qingmang would probably be instantly blasted into smithereens too. Even the mayor, Di Ying, would have to avoid this attack. He wouldn't dare take this terrifying attack head-on. At this moment, Zhu Xiaohan's mind was filled with worry, regret, and pain. Although Ling Xiao's strength was much stronger than she had imagined. Although Ling Xiao had mastered many different skills and seemed to be very powerful. Although Ling Xiao was extremely intelligent and had done many things that shocked her. But facing such a terrifying attack, it was hard for her to have any confidence in Ling Xiao. At this moment, she made up her mind. She decided to help Ling Xiao. Although her strength was extremely weak and she could only block one attack from one of them, she still wanted to help Ling Xiao as much as possible. If she didn't, they would all die here. Zhu Xiaohan, stay there obediently and use all of your Zhenyuan to protect yourself. Just as she was about to attack, Ling Zhao's voice sounded out in her mind. She was startled for a moment, but she still gave up on helping. Since this was Ling Zhao's idea, she decided to believe in Ling Xiao. She would take the risk. On the other side, Yun Shang furrowed his brows. He couldn't do anything right now, but he had to ask 6 mid-7th Divine Core warriors to protect him. This was because he had a deep fear of Ling Xiao. This young man, he couldn't underestimate him. Not long ago, he thought Jiang Chen was just a weak paramecium, the kind that would die once it came ashore. But now, he didn't think so anymore. Ling Xiao was a ferocious tiger, a tiger that was approaching the prime of his life. He stared at Ling Xiao, trying to figure out what tricks Ling Xiao had up his sleeves. He didn't believe Ling Xiao could kill 12 early Earth Core warriors in an instant. The reason why the 7th Divine Core warriors were called the Earth Core realm was because they could absorb the energy from the Earth. It was completely different from the mortal core realm. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. 12 Earth Core female warriors were facing off against a peak 4th Divine Core warrior. This was definitely a magnificent battle map. This was the ultimate challenge between the weak and the strong. Normally, it would be extremely difficult for the weak to challenge just one of them. But now, he was challenging all 12 of them. Bang! 12 frightening attacks that could easily destroy any 6th Divine Core warrior were unleashed. They had completely locked onto Ling Xiao. They had locked onto Ling Xiao's inner core. They were going to tear Ling Xiao apart and destroy him. Although each of their attacks were different, they were all gathered together, making them look extremely powerful. How could Ling Xiao survive this? In the dark, more great river bandits appeared. They were all gathered by Yun Shang. Originally, Yun Shang was going to wait for them to arrive, then order them to search for the rest of the Fighting Soul Sacred City's disciples. But right now, Yun Shang was trapped in the Martial Soul Barrier, and he couldn't contact the outside world. But these people could still see what was happening inside the Martial Soul Barrier. Chapter 4032. Who is that young man? Why is he fighting with the 6th chief? Who cares who he is? He's just a rat that can die at any time. The 6th master is really too much. 6th chief, why would he summon his beautiful female puppet? This isn't like him at all. He is just wasting his true origin energy. Everyone felt that Ling Xiao was going to die. Bang! Right at this moment, they shut their mouths, because the 12 frightening attacks had landed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao didn't even try to dodge the attacks. Like an idiot, he took the attacks head-on. King Kong Divine Ape Soul, Indestructible King Kong, Fire and Water Resistance, Black Tortoise Divine Physique, unleash the Black Tortoise Divine Force. In an instant, Ling Xiao unleashed his strongest defense. 3 layers of defense formed around his body. The first layer was like a King Kong defense. After the 12 attacks landed on it, it was destroyed. However, the strength of the attacks was obviously weakened. The second layer was a 7-colored light that formed a defense that could defend against any secret skill or elemental attack. It was also destroyed, but it also weakened the opponent's attacks. The third layer was a gigantic black tortoise. When it collided with the 12 attacks, it let out a frightening roar. It had actually blocked all 12 attacks. Ling Xiao stood there like the god of war of the Black Tortoise continent, mighty and unyielding. What? 12 early Earth Core warriors couldn't even hurt him. That's impossible. An attack like this, even a perfect 7th Divine Core warrior would be killed by it in an instant. But this guy is completely unharmed, and he has blocked all the attacks. Is he still human? The great river bandits were so scared that their eyeballs almost fell out. Zhu Xiaohan was dumbfounded as well. She thought she had overestimated Ling Xiao, but every time Ling Xiao attacked, she realized that she had still underestimated Ling Xiao. With such a strong defense, he is definitely not just a peak 6th Order Emperor Realm Warrior. He is most likely a peak 7th Order Emperor Realm Warrior, she exclaimed in her mind. Now, it's my turn to counterattack. Ling Xiao sneered contemptuously. He could feel that the attacks of these 12 powerhouses had already opened a small gap in his breakthrough. This meant that his previous plan was absolutely effective. After this fight, his cultivation would be restored to the 5th Divine Core realm. His strength would also become even stronger. Kill him, quick. You too. Yun Shangcai's eyebrows were completely knitted together. He shouted at a mid-Earth Core female warrior. 12 people became 13. Their attacks became even more ferocious. But at this time, Ling Xiao had already begun to attack. The black tortoise divine physique was fully activated. The heavenly demon bone was protecting him. Since the other party could not harm him, he would naturally take advantage of this opportunity to kill the other party. He did not use any weapons. Instead, it was under the transformation of the everlasting heavenly mouse. Like a ghost, he flew toward his opponent. In an instant, he arrived in front of one of them. Then, he raised his right hand and blasted out. This punch was not just an ordinary punch. Within the wind of the punch, there was a powerful flame, will. It enveloped the man in an instant. The female warrior was a puppet. She didn't know fear, and she didn't know how to dodge. She only knew how to counterattack with all her might. She wanted to use her own attacks to push Ling Xiao back. Die! Ling Xiao let out a furious roar. His fist was like a fiery dragon, and it finally landed on the female warrior's body. The scene caused everyone who witnessed it to tremble in fear. This punch directly blasted that female martial artist puppet into pieces. Her body parts were flying everywhere like tiny pieces of flame. Let me save you. Let me set you free. Being Yun Shangcai's puppet, you must feel sad. I'll set you free. The female warrior puppet didn't let out any miserable shrieks. When she was alive, she was the sect master of a sect. Although the sect wasn't very strong, it was still one of the biggest sects in the entire Northern Wind Kingdom. However, the entire sect was wiped out by the Great River Bandits. Even she was humiliated, and in the end, she was turned into a combat puppet. Ling Xiao had killed her, and at that moment, her soul was set free. Thank you. A voice of gratitude came from the void. Ling Xiao's mood was also very good. Although he wasn't a saint, saving people still gave him a sense of pleasure. Especially when he heard someone thank him. He would feel that everything he did was worth it. This guy! Yun Shangcai's expression became increasingly ugly. Previously, when he heard that Ling Xiao had killed one of his commanders, he didn't believe it. Later, when he saw Niu Air being killed, he also suspected that Ling Xiao had used some kind of treasure. However, at this moment, he finally believed those rumors. Ling Xiao didn't use any magic treasure at all. This guy's body was simply an immortal grade, heavenly king artifact. 13 Earth Core realm experts joined forces to besiege Ling Xiao. Not only did Ling Xiao not retreat, he wasn't in a sorry state. Instead, he killed one of them in front of so many people. However, the battle didn't end like this. Ling Xiao's attack continued. His terrifying fist wind blasted towards another person. Ling Xiao, who is he? Right now, Zhu Xiaohan had forgotten that she was in the middle of a battlefield. Because Ling Xiao had blocked all the attacks for her, she didn't need to do anything. All she needed to do was to stand aside and watch. He killed an early Earth Core warrior with a single punch. His cultivation is only at the peak 4th Heavenly Core realm. even in the entire 3,000 saint cities. It's impossible to find someone like him. No, let alone the 3,000 saint cities, even in the entire Golden City. It's impossible to find someone like him. No wonder he's not afraid of the battle soul saint cities, Saint Lord. No wonder Sword Maiden Azure Lotus was willing to recommend him. He is really frightening, strong, and shocking. If Ling Xiao was also at the 7th Heavenly Core realm, what would happen? Zhu Xiaohan felt like her brain wasn't enough to process all of this. Actually, she had misunderstood something. Ling Xiao was basically invincible among those below the 7th Heavenly Core realm. This was all thanks to his peak 7th Order Emperor body. This was all thanks to his previous cultivation. In fact, even if Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the 7th Order Emperor realm, his overall strength wouldn't increase by much. At most, he would be able to fight an 8th Heavenly Core warrior. If he wanted to fight a stronger warrior, he would have to risk his life. For example, when he killed the White Water Wolf, he had used the bloody rat devil. The after effects were still tormenting him. Ling Xiao didn't want something like this to happen again. To him, it was also a very painful thing. If his cultivation hadn't regressed, he would have been in the Golden City by now. Then, he wouldn't have wasted time cultivating in the Shuiyu Kingdom. Bang! While Zhu Xiaohan was still in shock, Ling Xiao's fist landed on another early Earth Core female warrior. The female warrior was also blasted to death. 2 punches had killed 2. Yun Shangsai's expression turned ugly. Send another mid-Earth Core warrior. He ordered 2 out of the 6 Earth Core warriors around him, all in order to increase their chances of killing Ling Xiao. Chapter 4033. The 2 mid-Earth Core realm female warriors joined forces and attacked Ling Xiao. They wanted to completely suppress Ling Xiao. Since early Earth Core realm warriors were not enough, then mid-Earth Core realm warriors should be enough. The 2 of them attacked Ling Xiao from different directions. For a moment, a strong wind blew within the martial spirit barrier. A gloomy death chi exploded from their bodies. Since they were puppets, the true yuan in their bodies had also changed. It became gloomy with death chi, but at the same time, it gave off a terrifying evil aura. It was as if there were countless evil spirits accompanying their attacks. The 2 women's weapons were black, as if they were smeared with poison. But in fact, it was caused by the death chi. If a normal warrior's true yuan touched this death chi, it would probably be corroded. It would be very difficult to fight against them. For example, Zhu Xiaohan felt the pressure. Although Ling Xiao was in front of him, the gloomy death chi still made his face pale. Purple lightning bull, blood lightning god. Facing the attacks of 2 mid-Earth Core realm warriors, Ling Xiao punched out with both of his fists. Blood-red lightning roared in his body and condensed on his fists. The attack that cost millions of upper-rank spirit stones was domineering and powerful. It was like a peerless thunderbolt, causing everyone to be amazed. Yun Shangsai, do you think you can defeat me with these 2 mid-Earth Core realm puppets? Ridiculous! Ling Xiao roared as his fists collided with the attacks of the 2 female warriors. At that moment, Yun Shangsai ordered, "The rest of you attack immediately and kill Ling Xiao. Turn that woman into my puppet as well." Yun Shangsai felt that the 2 mid-Earth Core realm puppets were enough to suppress Ling Xiao. If the rest of them attacked now, it would be easier to kill Ling Xiao. Victory was still in his hands. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying explosion sounded. Blood-red lightning flashed in the air and circled around. 2 mid-Earth Core female warriors were sent flying away by the attack. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, only took a few steps back. Suddenly, a snake had stretched out from his back and killed an early Earth Core female warrior, who was at the front. So far, out of the 18 people, 3 had died. This was nothing. What made Ling Xiao the happiest was the head-on clash this time had opened the door to his breakthrough a little wider, although there was still a long way to go before it could be fully activated. However, this also proved that his approach was correct. Only by fighting with the strong could one better stimulate one's potential. Even 2 mid-earth core puppets can't suppress him. Not only that, he even stole an early earth core stage puppet. If this goes on, I think the 6th master will be in danger. The Great River Bandits, who were hiding outside the martial spirit bounded domain, were totally confused by this battle. They were not idiots, and they knew very well how terrifying the 6th head's puppet was. However, Ling Xiao was not only not killed by these puppets, he was even alive and kicking. Don't talk nonsense. If 2 can't suppress him, 6 should be enough. What these people said was exactly what Yun Shangsai was thinking. He saw that the 2 mid-earth core stage puppets still couldn't suppress Ling Xiao. He wanted to send out all the puppets by his side. However, he was after all a coward. When he was controlling these puppets, his fighting ability was very weak. If he was ambushed at this time, it would be troublesome. Therefore, after thinking about it, he decided to leave 2 mid-earth core stage puppets by his side. The other 4 puppets were all sent out. These 4 puppets attacked Ling Xiao together, surrounding Ling Xiao in the middle and killing him crazily. As for the other early earth core stage puppets, they quietly watched the battle from the side. They were ready to ambush at any time. After all, if they joined the battle now, they would only be a burden. However, no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any flaws. Ling Xiao was besieged by the 4 mid-earth core stage puppets and seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, he was able to block all the attacks. In particular, his face was brimming with excitement. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. They couldn't understand what he was so happy about. Could it be that, at this time, he still had a chance to turn the tables? It's about time. These 4 puppets have already been activated to their fullest potential. They have already reached the limit of what they can bring me. The reason why Ling Xiao was so happy was because during the battle, the door to his breakthrough was getting bigger and bigger. At this point, it was already halfway through. However, the efficiency had also decreased by a lot. He felt that it was time to end this boring battle. Therefore, he suddenly pulled out the Blood Supreme Sword. I'll send you all to the Western Paradise. Innate Fiend God Seal's slaughterhouse. Ling Xiao suddenly used a big move. A terrifying sword chi filled the entire battlefield, the entire martial spirit barrier. Those puppets were quickly dismembered and separated by the thin sword chi. After all, puppets were just puppets. Even if they still maintained their previous cultivation, they still didn't have brains. Compared to warriors of the same cultivation, their fighting ability was still much weaker. Ling Xiao's move killed 13 of the remaining 15 puppets. As for the last 2, they actually merged into Yun Shangsai's martial spirit. At that moment, Yun Shangsai gave up the idea of using the puppets to end the battle, because he knew that it was impossible if he wanted to defeat Ling Xiao. The only thing he could do was to do it himself. The last 2 puppets were torn apart by him, and their power merged into his body. At that moment, his fighting ability was no longer at the late Earth Core realm. It was infinitely close to the complete Earth Core realm. In terms of fighting ability, he was no longer inferior to Hua Feihua. When Ling Xiao defeated Hua Feihua, he borrowed the power of the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit. Today, he didn't plan to use the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit. He wanted to use the 6th head Yun Shangsai to forcefully break through his cultivation. You're really making me more and more interested. However, I still have to say this. You're definitely going to die. Yun Shangsai took out 2 weapons. These weapons were a little strange. They looked like hammerheads, but upon closer inspection, they looked more like metal sculptures made into human figures. He was grabbing the legs of the sculpture. On the sculptures, there were black and red bloodstains, which were left behind by the warriors that he smashed to death. My beauty hammer is a rare heavenly king weapon. To be able to die under it, you won't feel aggrieved. Yun Shangsai suddenly pounced forward, and the beauty hammer went straight for Ling Zhao's head. Ling Xiao waved the Blood Supreme sword to block it. He kept retreating. Yun Shangsai's attacks became faster and faster. Not only was the beauty hammer powerful, it also had a strange soul effect. Every attack was able to instill fear in the hearts of those who saw it. If it wasn't Ling Xiao, but someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to take a few hits from the beauty hammer and would run away in fear. However, even though Yun Shangsai had the upper hand, he was still very shocked. His fighting ability had almost reached the complete Earth Core realm. He thought that as long as he attacked, it wouldn't be a problem to take down Ling Xiao. However, this storm-like attack was actually blocked by the other party. This was a little strange.